I'm here. I'm here. Oh goodness. Woo, just in time. Just in time. I messed up the clogs. Oh goodness gracious. Oh, I haven't even turned on Viado 2. Jeez. The time just took me by complete surprise. Oh man, how is everyone? Hello Learns, hello Shanion, hello Chaduberry. Oh my goodness. Stretching. Stretchy. Late! No, I'm not late! No! Welcome back from eggs. Actually, I haven't started eating yet. It's just that I'm like, okay, I might just get very hungry. I should really like maybe boil some eggs, get some cereal, you know, get everything ready. And then when I look at the clock, oh my god, it's 12:15 already, and I just scramble on. Okay, I gotta put the title, I gotta make the thumbnail, I gotta... We know you messed up a bit. On what? What did I mess up? I'm gonna say hi dudes for a bit before I go to sleep. I haven't slept yet. Oh man, yeah, you gotta go rest, man. You gotta go rest. Oh goodness. So today the original plan was to... Oh, hang on. Let me turn all this off. I should put some music. Hang on. Where's the Bing thing? Where I put the music? The musica. Ah, there we go. Perfect. Okay, let me just unplug this so you guys don't hear my thing. Where's the... I haven't said anything up. Oh my god. Where's the browser audio? I'm a professional, guys. I know what I'm doing. There we go. There it is. Now let's put this a little... There we go. And let's turn that off a little bit. Yeah. You sound different today. Did something happen? I'm not sure. I'm fine. Got back from a Halloween part 3 hours ago. I started over a day ago. Yo, I see. Something like... Yeah, pretty much. So, pretty much the thing today is a little sad. Because yesterday, I was told that one of my aunts had like a problem. It's like her neighbor upstairs has her laundry machine connected to the pipes or something, that it made her sink just flood her entire house with water, and she was up to like 10 p.m. Throwing water away, and it did it again because another pipe was connected in the wrong way, and the the water was rising also, I don't know why, and her entire house was being flooded. Like, we don't know why the water was entering her pipes from her sink and her bathroom, and we were just scratching our heads like, what's up? And then I'm like, okay, if she needs anything at all today, because I do a little bit of plumbing, you know, like a handyman kind of type deal. I'm not a plumber, but I know a little bit, and I fixed her plumbing before, so it's kind of like, okay, you know, I'm gonna clear my entire day. I did not do any plans today. I did not. Oh, sorry. Let me take this off. Yeah, the starting screen. Let me turn it off. Hello. Oh God. Oops. That's not me. Oh. Where's the other tube? The other tube. The other tube. Where am I? Yay! Hello. So yeah, so the thing was that I cleared my entire schedule. Not that I wasn't going to be able to do anything today, because it was raining like cats and dogs out there. It was completely raining. I could not do my morning walk routine that I do normally. So I'm like, yeah, no, I can't. So I'm just gonna stay here at home and I called her. I was like, hey, auntie, I'm available if you need anything, like absolutely anything. Just let me know. You're going to the hardware store. I know you're getting like a plug for the sink and stuff, and I know that this is like a legit job that a plumber has to come and do to fix the pipes and the connections. But I'm gonna become available. She leaves work at 4 p.m. and right now it's about 1 p.m. It's 12:51. So I'm waiting until I get a phone call. So they tell me, hey, I'm gonna look for you, so then we can go fix the pipes, or you can do like a checkout or a job or something, and you can check it around, or maybe just help me shovel out the water out of the house. Anything at all. Just let me know, auntie. And so I'm just ready, you know, I'm just standing here being ready. And I thought, okay, so the original idea for going through the fundamentals of art, it's a little bit much, I think, because I normally have to grab a prop from the internet, and then I gotta commit to like this really good drawing, so that, you know, it's gonna take time. I want to commit to it, and I think that it would be too much for me to be divided on, oh, I have to cancel stream, guys, and then I just run away, and then I have to make a third one, which I think it's not necessary. I think we can get through the rest of the fundamentals in a part 2. And yeah, it's so sad. I can't believe something like that happened. Yeah, no, it's terrible. Sorry, joke. It's okay. Yeah, I'm glad you're such a helpful handyman, dude. It's kind of you. Yeah, I mean, I just can't imagine living like that. And her house is very poorly constructed, and she just lives alone. She doesn't know any of this stuff, and it's kind of like, yeah, like no, I don't like that. I don't like that the pipes are doing any of this. I actually like, her toilet didn't work, and I fixed that, and her sink also was leaking somewhere, and I fixed that too. So in a way, I'm like familiar with her bathroom, but I had no idea that the background in wall connections were so terrible that something looped back and, you know, flooded her house that way. It's just not, you know, it's not very good at all. Running away with the storyboard. So basically the idea is that the original idea of the whole fundamentals thing is out the window. It's too much of a commitment, and I want it to be over so then I can produce the shorts. You know, I want to think it properly. And right now I think it's just gonna be a yapathon with you guys, because I noticed that Waffles is making his own story now, and he was asking for, oh, what do you like on a story and stuff. Let me turn this off. We don't need the timer anymore. Oh, hello, no, you enter at a perfect time. What's up? Yeah, go on. I was just explaining like what happened today, which long and story short, my auntie's house flooded because water entered through her sink and her shower, and I'm just ready in case anyone calls me, hey, I'm gonna look for you so you can do some repair job. So the original plan that we had, not gonna happen. I want to finish and commit to it fully, and I cannot be mentally divided. So I thought of maybe just do a mini yapathon stream where we talk about the composition of a story and how I normally approach making stories, and how probably can that help you if you're writing stuff. Yeah. Let me see. I have where is it? Oh yeah, I wanted to show you guys this. Hang on. Oh, but first I also wanted to show you what I'm talking about. Let me hide this for now. Let's go to my channel. View channel. Right, and then I'm gonna turn on the browser so you can see what I see. Yeah, there we go. I want to see the posts. Oh, right, it's right here. It's kind of weird that I get notified for my own stream. Okay, I want to see Waffles' comment because it was really interesting. I really liked it. The question that he had in mind. What makes a series entertaining? What do you find most important in a series? And I found that this is something that I've been asking myself a lot. Dude, just wondering if the background right now, a drawing app so you can show us a storyboard ideas, kind of like how Pirate Software does it. Yeah, that's definitely what I'm gonna do. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. I was about to play Hollow Knight, then I checked if you were streaming and I answered you were talking about getting to know someone's bathroom. No, it was my auntie's bathroom because I fixed it before. Therefore, I know her bathroom a little bit. But I didn't know that the pipes were so mal-connected that it just flooded everything. I have no idea how they are connected. It's the YouTube channel. Yeah, it's my YouTube channel. But I mostly focused on this. That I was discussing in the comments. I mostly talked about what is it? Sorry, words. Because in Spanish I say resumen, which means like a shortening. What's the word? Oh my god, I keep forgetting words in English and Spanish because I mix them up so well. A summary. So my summary basically is who is this Deuced guy? Deuce has a YouTube channel? Oh no, I didn't know. That crazy bot. He basically mostly said fleshed out characters, cool lore beyond what the main story captures, supplementary stories or space for fan stories to explore the world and rules and more stuff, and value. And by value I mean like the main idea that relates to the viewer. I think that's one of the first parts, fleshed out characters, and I think that's one of the first things we're going to be discussing. The other thing is about the world and the lore and the nature of the story. Let me just write it down on Clip Studio so we can start doing the whole Pirate Software thing and actually start talking about it. Okay, let's see. First, we're going to discuss characters. Next, we're gonna talk about the world and how would I call it? Perspective of storytelling? It will make sense when I start talking about it. Oh, types of storytelling. Yeah, types of storytelling, yeah. Journey stories and character-driven stories, but I'm getting ahead of myself. And lastly, genre. It's just that I've thought of all these things a long time ago before, and every one of these things has like a method to my madness. At least that's how I approach it. Of course, there's multiple ways to approach it, and for that, I'm going to recommend you guys check out this list that I made. This is mostly like a bunch of tutorials that I've gathered around, and there's a section that I made that's all about, this one. I think you can see it, right? This is a Reddit post that I did a while ago. That is mostly for me to let me go for the index so you can see if you can read this. I made a collection of a bunch of tutorials and links, including YouTube links and a few others, and on a bunch of topics that I found interesting and useful. And one of the parts that I like the most is script writing and storytelling advices. There's like 20 videos, and if you scroll down, you'll be able to find it. Studying artistic, no, that's not it. Here it is. Story and script writing advice channels. And there's a lot more videos on each channel, but I managed to maybe make 1 or 2 video references per channel. So I also recommend you guys check out their channels. Let me just put it on my video description. So where is my channel? Must stay awake longer. Don't worry, man. That's why the VODs exist. Oh man, you guys check out. Okay, let me sorry, let me turn that off. So I'm gonna edit the video, and I'm going to put this link so you guys can check out this list. Hang on, let me space. There we go. List of art tutorials, including writing advice videos, which is the topic of today. Save, and right now if you refresh the page in the description, you should be able to see the Reddit link. There you go. Double do. Yeah, double do. But yeah, let's go. I was just in a zoo Halloween event. It was fun. I had a circus 1 hour ago. Yo, a spooky circus. No, I'll watch for a little bit. Get your butt to bed. And yeah, welcome in, Blanca. Welcome. Really happy to have you. Oh man, we're being silly goofy here. We do a little trolling. Okay, so here it is. We have this. First off, let me take a little bite, because my belly's doing the crumblies. And a little bit of water. Okay. Now the chat's on top of everything. Now I can see you. Yeah, OBS sometimes gets a little silly. I click on something and then the chat disappears. Yeah, there we go. So I got you right in front of me. So one of the first things that I like to do when thinking about a story, well, I think this would be one of the structures, if I can visually represent the idea that I'm going for. There is a main umbrella theme that kind of sets the circumstances for all of these other ideas. And I think this is the structure that I normally go for, and it's worked for me a lot, and I think it could work for you too. So this is what I'm going to be explaining today. One of the first things that I do mostly is think of like really cool scenes and really cool moments, and yeah, we all do. But eventually, and that's not bad, I really like that you fall in love with your concept, and it's really important that you like what you're doing. But once you have that, you have to kind of filter it and specify it with these particular bullet points. Mainly the umbrella theme, characters, world, the way you're gonna tell a story with the world building and stuff, and then the genre. I'll tell you guys how everything relates in a minute. I'm gonna leave the umbrella term theme here, but it's something that will mutate. It's not something you figure out immediately, because sometimes you figure out, oh, I like this character interaction, but it has very little to do with like the main theme. So what you do is that you make the main theme change a little bit, and the style of story. Literally finds the Italian puzzle on top of the self. Looking for something? It's right there. So the umbrella theme is not something that you have to worry too much about, especially if a story takes years to make and you eventually grow up as a person. Your priorities kind of change, and your perspectives also shift. And one of the things about storytelling is that you have to speak from the heart. It has to be something that you understand, or you are being challenged on, and you are trying to navigate this murky idea. Most of the best stories have deep implications. Not necessarily they have to be like very complicated. And sometimes they don't even, art doesn't always need to have a point to it, or like this really deep understanding, this really deep lore, and the meaning and the connections, and the sheets are blue, oh my god, that represents their loneliness. No, it doesn't have to be so complicated. But if you want to make something like that, if that's the kind of story you want to tell, then you got to look inward within yourself and see what things would you talk about for a long time. For example, and this is key, because one of the first things that you have to figure out is how long is your story going to be. You have to kind of plan out that there's going to be a beginning, middle, and end, and there has to be an end. Du's model is very deep and complex. Very, I know, right? My stories will not be safe. Hey, Cheese, welcome in. Hi, you came just in time. But yeah, a story has to have a beginning, middle, and end. But this is kind of lost on a bunch of companies in Hollywood. They kind of want to make like another sequel. And it's kind of like, guys, what else is there to explore? The story is over. It's a well-contained story with a nice meaning, characters that fit the narrative and are really good. The world doesn't have much else to explore, and the genre makes it really clear-cut that the good guys won and there's no ambiguity on anything else, and we kind of get the point of the story. So why on God's green earth are we giving it another movie or another episode or another show? It's kind of unnecessary. And if you want an analog, it's kind of like in school where they give you an essay and you are given a word count. Like, it has to be 3,000 words long. They give you a topic, and it has to be 3,000 or whatever plus words long. But this topic is something that you don't care about, and it's something that you don't particularly find interesting enough, and you can find the answer extremely quickly, and it's not bad, you know, like, no, I have the answer. The answer is very simple. So for you, and let's just write down you can answer the question in a single paragraph. You don't need to make a second paragraph. Just have a piece of paper. And maybe, like, let's just make a dumb example, 500 words. And the topic is answered. Officially answered and objectively correct and in every way. But you already got, you know, you already got the answer. You don't have to keep working on this. But if you like the subject and you know a lot about it, let's just write like a fan of the topic. They are going to write like 3 books worth of the topic and the subject, there's gonna be like a bunch of books written about it, thousands of words. On the topic, because they love the topic and they would talk about it for years, and they have ideas, they have theories, they have you know, it's still answered. But this person just puts a lot more effort in it because it's what they like, it's what they do, and neither of them are wrong, they're both correct. Oops, oh yeah, the right. There we go. They're both correct, but you cannot force it. You can't force a story. Like, if you already can answer a situation or a topic or a theme with characters and story and world building with, like, maybe a simple story, like a short film that's like 40 minutes long, you can do it, and you're not wrong for making it short. But if someone turns it into an epic story with multiple spin-offs, and it works because they actually genuinely took their time to flesh out the world and to care for this place and the universe and the concepts, they're not wrong either. But you can't expect to make a story when you are not interested in that type of theme, genre, or topic. Like, it's not wrong to make it a short story. There doesn't have to be a middle depending on how you write it. If everything is middle, the story can be continuous and the loop of itself, which is what I love about Alan Wake 2. Oh, interesting. Where's my brother playing? Yeah, exactly. A sequel is not a sequel. A true sequel to an already finished franchise is entirely new story. Exactly, Shinyon. Exactly. But that's the thing that they don't realize. They keep it as a sequel instead of a separate, perfectly contained story. You know, like an episode of a show that has nothing to do with each. You know, it's not they're not related to each other. It's non-sequential storytelling. That's how a sequel should be if it's actually like a separate idea. Kind of like Shrek and Puss in Boots. The original Shrek duology was great. Then the third one came along and the fourth one, and people were like, I could do without them. But then Puss in Boots came and everybody fell in love because it's a fresh take on the world. We're exploring new areas of the world we couldn't before. It's a new, fresh space. Okay, so I have stories, themes, goals, and characters, but based on my life. And even if I don't know the ending, I know that the turning points of the journey is not something I know where to post without. I know that the turning point in journey is not something I know where to post without needing to censor it to oblivion. You mean censor it to oblivion? The 4 one was underrated gem. Really? I need to watch it then. I kind of fell off of Shrek because I'm like, a new one? Like, seriously, another one? I think it's just that I didn't feel that there was anything else to talk about with Shrek. He had kids, and once you have kids, okay, you have like the main character. The main character has an adventure. And then the main character becomes a parent to a son or a daughter, whatever, another person. Parent to Like, you see what's happening? Like, eventually the parent has to be out of the picture so the protagonist can have an adventure. So it's, but we're still following the parent, and and this is not like The Incredibles. The original story did not start off that the protag was going to explore parenthood, or we're not gonna study up on his life. The idea of Shrek is that he was an isolationist, a hermit, and he needed to learn about friendship and getting out of his comfort zone. Now he's a parent. What does that have to do with the story, with the world? It's kind of disjointed and kind of weird that he sometimes wishes he could go back to his swamp, and I don't know, it just doesn't fit to me. Is the fourth one where Shrek goes into a new timeline where Fiona didn't go with him and didn't get cursed? She was consistently an ogre too. Yes! Yeah, something like that. I think that was the one. I didn't like that idea. Like, I don't know. Again, I think there's more interesting things to explore in that world than Shrek learning pretty much the same lesson over and over again. And this is why I think Puss in Boots is brilliant. Apparently the original Incredibles plot had Violet's biological dad as the antagonist, and also they had to cut a bunch with they wanted to make well, at least the creator wanted to make a side where Syndrome was threatening their baby, but they saved that for the very end. But they wanted to make him like sneaking into the room and closely walking towards the baby while holding Mr. and Mrs. Incredible paralyzed. Like this really scary scene where the villain is going into the most vulnerable place to threaten their family. But of course, again, he did that at the very end as a last resort, and I think it works better that way. And he said it best, that everyone around him said, okay, this used to be an idea we liked, but now it kind of doesn't fit. The same thing with there should have been a friend in the from Mrs. Incredible in the plane they were flying. And that should have been a death, a goodbye for Helen. But they thought it was too distracting because it came out of nowhere, and it would distract from the main idea, that is the adventure of the main character and the things they have to learn. And that death was not going to be super fluent with the journey, the umbrella theme. It would be distracting. Something extra that would poke a hole and just start dripping all over the place. So they eliminated it. Now the plane was just, empty. Only Mrs. Incredible was flying the plane instead. Force sequels are stories that butcher the already established character. Example, Shrek 4. He became an insufferable father and husband just to have another arc. I know, right? That's exactly what I mean. Everything previous gets destroyed for the sake of whatever's happening. They're kind of squeezing it. Again, when you in school are forced to make 1,000,000 words for a topic, you know what you do? You go to a thesaurus and then add up a bunch of schmuck. With a bunch of elongated what would be the word? There is a word for this. Disingenuous. Maybe that's not how you write it, but you get the idea. Like writing that goes on in circles because you really have no idea what you're talking about. You just want to get it over with. And when the actual answer is just this is what you answered. 500 words of an answer and you moved on. And because there was a forced penalty for, no, you got to write 3,000 words. Well, okay, fine. You fill it with elongated, disingenuous writing, which is what a sequel that's badly written is. Yeah, I heard that the original plot was gonna be hecka dark. Yeah, The Incredibles was gonna be very dark. Scary seeing in a kids movie. Early Disney would have been fine with that. Yeah, with the whole Bambi thing. Ugh. But yeah, no, and I think they made a really good idea, really good job with what they had on The Incredibles. It was focused on family life And not only that, but Bob's kind of letting go of the olden days, the balance of I want the glory days back, but at the same time I have a family to take care of, and it's kind of conflicting. What do I choose? And it was great. I thought it was great, and too many ideas that were distracting from that point would have just made everything so confused. And I feel that the second movie explored sort of the same thing, but it was Mrs. Incredible's turn to kind of relive the old days and be like, hey, yeah, maybe I can do something about the superhero thing. Although the villain was kind of weak, at least the motivation, but everything else was great. Bob dealing with the baby. Again, The Incredibles is about a superhero family doing superhero stuff. Like, what really happens when a baby gets superpowers? I never done this thesaurus method. I just made my stories different and longer. It allowed me more development of the world characters, but also hated having to make it longer and longer. Yeah, no, but what I mean with the thesaurus is like when you're in school. I'm doing an analog, like a comparison, a parallel. It's like when you're in school, you're forced to write a paper with 1 billion words, but you can answer it in 500 words, like in a paragraph. But because they're forcing a word limit, then you just put a bunch of stuff to fill up the space, you know, and then you put a bunch of words that you've never used in your life just to fill up the space. And I think that's what happens with a lot of sequels. They add stuff, and it just never adds up to a point. It's just a bunch of water and lemonade, and then the lemonade just becomes sour water. Ugh. Not even sugar. But yeah, if you like the topic, then you know that your movie, your series, your show, whatever, it's gonna be long. And this one, at best, short film. Like a 40-minute movie. And this one is like multiple seasons. Or sequels. So at least this is how I first imagine it. You gotta figure out how long is your story going to be. Is it going to be a bunch of books? Is it going to be very long? Or do you think that you're not so connected with this topic, but you still want to make something about it? And you could just make it very simple. A simple comic. One comic. That's all you need for this topic. And then you can move on. Or you like it so much that you will just keep going for hundreds of decades. If I decide to write, it could maybe help me organize my thoughts. But it's a lot. Yeah, exactly. And again, if you're connected with this and you can talk about it for hours, then definitely write down the ideas. That's the first thing you do. You decide the length. Based on your interest. And you gotta be honest with yourself. It's like, are you seriously sure you want to talk about this for a very long time? Because burnout can be a thing. And if this is not your part of your life's mission, you might get bored of this idea and then want to do a different idea, and then this original idea you're working on will deplete and it will not work. So you got to be very sure that this is like a story you want to commit multiple years of your life to, because developing a story takes months and even years. And a real plot is just getting by period for period. It's not really an interest, it's just an abstraction of my experiences. Yeah, exactly. But what I mean is that, are you willing to write a lot about it, or are you okay by just making a chapter of a single part of your story and then make something else based on your life story? You know, it's kind of like an anthology. An anthology, I feel, would be very good for a lot of people, because it's separate stories that have nothing to do with each other, but they can share a theme. kind of like the Matrix anthology. Different stories animated by different people, but they still have the same idea. It's like, oh, we're exploring the Matrix in different ways. I think that's pretty cool. So now that we have the length of a story, or more or less our commitment to it, because this is measuring commitment, then we can start thinking about more or less the themes that we want to explore. Like, say that you have an experience in life or an idea you want to explore. For example, I've been thinking about it before, writing it down and getting it out of my mind. Yeah, get it down. You can separate your story into a theme. Like, let's say, for example, let's make the theme loneliness. How do you write loneliness? Hang on. Hang on, I'm stupid. Okay, got it. So you have loneliness as the main theme. And now we gotta plan characters. We gotta plan the world and POV. And then we plan the genre. I don't say then because, oh well, I shouldn't say then. Because you can jump from place to place. It doesn't really matter where you start in this case. Hello, Waffles. Welcome in. Happy to have ya. You know, well, like, long story short, there was an emergency today, and I want to be ready in case someone calls me to help them. So I decided to change it into a little bit of a Satsudan chatting stream. So inspired by the post you did on your community thing, about what makes a story appealing, I'm discussing more or less the things that I think about and that I do when I think about writing stories. So maybe that can help you too, because I was actually genuinely thinking about your post. So yeah, this is how I start. I mostly think about a theme first. Oh, actually, first I think about deciding the length of the story based on my interest or my experiences with the story theme. If you're not super interested, write maybe just a single 40-minute movie or a simple comic series, but not too long. But if you like the topic and it's kind of like part of your life's mission, then you can make multiple seasons, multiple volume graphic novels of it, because you'll never get tired of it. There are a lot of things that I'll never get tired of, and I know that I will write about that. It's a lot more it's easier to get lost in the sauce with that. Writing the thoughts down is another hurdle entirely. Transforming the images in your head onto paper is really easy, but it's always a start of everything. Exactly. This is why I divided into these sections. Decide the length based on your interest and be honest. Like, it's okay to write a short story. Don't force it, or else you'll add water to lemonade and it will just be sour water without sugar. It's just gonna be bland. Commit to a theme. Let's say loneliness. Let's make this story full of loneliness. Now we can start wherever we want. Where do you guys want to start? Do you guys want to start with the characters? Do you guys want to start with world and POV? Or do you want to start with deciding a genre? Because I have methods for all of them. Let me actually... Hang on. And another option. There you go. A poll. Yay, votes, democracy. I love democracy. Genre sounds interesting. We making a vote? Yeah, we're making votes. Yippee, votes! One thing I find important is to characters. They all need to have a goal, in my opinion. Even if it's simple, but you can give a character a fantastic backstory. But what does achieve it? Why are they here? Exactly. That's one of the really good important reasons. And how they see everybody else in order to get to that goal, or if they see them as obstacles, or if they are conflicted on, you know, how selfish are they in that regard. Would they pay every price possible for their goal, or do they not believe as much with it? There's so much to discuss. Oh, and by the way, Waffles, now that you're here, let me tell you, and Lum, I think you weren't here for this, I don't remember. In the description of this video, I have a link towards a Reddit post that I put that has like a bunch of tutorials on YouTube that I found that I liked. And one of the sections, if you look at the index, is about writing stories. And there's like a bunch of channels that are dedicated to writing, or at least have a lot to do with it. I didn't put every video on it, but there's multiple videos that I liked from each channel. But in order not to bloat the list, I just gave channels with specific videos, but you're welcome to explore the rest of their videos if they have multiple writing, because there is like one channel there that is not dedicated to that at all, but he made one really good analysis video, but nothing else in his channel does that anymore. It's like, oh man. They hear? No. Wait, they hear what? But yeah, it's on this video's description, the link. And hopefully it will help you, because there's like more than 20 channels that I put in there. Like it's been really useful for me to save up these things. Pretty good. Oh man, my second monitor is passing out. Hang on, what's happening? They hear, they're in the walls. Let's say loneliness is a driving factor for the main character, driving them to make bad choices that send down to spirals on the same dark, trying not to be lonely wrong way, so they waste the good potential they started with. That's a good idea for like character exploration, yes. So most of you have said 6 votes in. You guys said world, narrative, and method. Okay. And then, oh wow, it's tied for characters and genre. Very interesting. Let me think about it. Okay. So, okay, I think I can start with this. World POV. So there's 2 elements to this that I like to think about. Don't wait, we'll get to the other ones. Nah, you don't lose. We all win. But, you know, let's go one-on-one. And this was lore. Lore focus versus quantity. Let's see. JK, we are going to do all of them. Yeah, we are going to do all of them. It's just that we don't really need to do one at a time. We can jump. Once we fix one, we can just change the other. And this is why it takes years, because one changes the other changes the other, and you got to make sure that there's no plot holes. So you're constantly fiddling with the parameters of all of this. So we're going step by step. You got the length of the story, you got the theme, and then you go, this is where you have fun, mostly. And we haven't even started drawing anything, if you're going to produce something visual with it. Also, I've actually made some progress on writing, but here's a tip. Please save your work documents before you shut down your laptop, since I lost... No, Waffles! I lost a day's worth of pages today. No! And yes, I looked in the clouds and tried to restore it. Ah, dude, no! I'm so sorry to hear that. I felt that. Ah, my heart, my slowly beating heart. So the world would be setting... they find themselves in from time period. The genre would be exploring the feeling that arises from different events, and the characters would be those currently around. Exactly. Yeah, that's actually a really good way to resume that. Actually, is actually perfect. But let's dig a little deeper. The first thing when it comes to the world and the POV is the lore. When you're designing the lore of your world, we're talking about magic systems, we're talking about items, we're talking about merchant routes, we're talking about the logic of your world, whether or not it makes sense, the characters live in this system of government, or they have vehicles that are animals, but they also have lasers. This is why I am Team Google Docs. Autosave, baby. Learns here with the actual tech. You see, and this is one of the aspects in our world right now. We have this kind of technology, and if we were being watched by someone outside of the realm, someone would say, man, why didn't Waffles use that Google stuff? But it's like, yeah, but the world is complicated. Some people either don't know, don't care, or don't feel like using certain tools and technologies. I'm gonna go eat pizza, be back. Okay. So it's no problem to have like a little bit of loopholes and explain it with, oh, they were just lazy, or oh, they just didn't know, you know. But it really depends on the suspense of disbelief. It's like, no, hang on, all of them were trained by the same system. Why, you know, like, oh, they're officers, they were using the same thing. Why was this guy using Yahoo? It's like, you know what I mean? There's like the logic of the world. However, I see a lot of people, and this isn't bad. Let me get this straight. This is not bad. To make a world and fill it up with lore, with bits, with continents, with names, with a lot of detail and a lot of paragraphs and a lot of specifications, and like, oh, there's like this satellite that's redirecting sunlight to the rich in this entire area, and the sun is like a dual sun, and then there are these animals that are camel birds, and they their eggs are a fuel source, and then the government uses it, and the government is like, there's like this tower that you can see from space and the planet, and it's crazy, and there's like a space station too. And then there are magical forces like the dark side and the light side, and they use like these energies to enslave mankind. So you see, these are the rules of the world. Your world has a bunch of rules, a bunch of ideas, a bunch of creatures, a bunch of monsters, a bunch of other worlds. Oh, they went into space and they conquered this planet, but the Glagorians or whatever fought back, and they were angry that they were being conquered, and then a hero came to save all of them, but he also conquered the planet. So now this other hero like, you have pages of this stuff, right? But what do the fuel eggs taste like? That's a good question, Jum. Hello, welcome. So lore in this world would be the contact persons, income, substances, laws we live in. Yes, it's every little tiny pragmatic detail, you know, the things that Star Wars nerds focus on a lot. Like when they go like, oh, what did Starkiller base cost and who founded it? Like, look at all that metal. It's the size of a planet, How do you mine the resources to build the Death Star? How much does that cost to make? And how much did the Empire, who was on board to build this, and who built this? How long did it take? What technology is available to kind of... But again, obviously, we don't care about that. All we care about is it shoot laser and it killed planet, and then Luke Skywalker comes and destroys it. But eventually, when someone scrutinizes your story, you know, they find loopholes. And I'm not saying that you gotta make like this tightly shut case, like, oh, there cannot be loopholes in my world. You can have loopholes in your world if the focus is something else. It's kind of like in Minecraft. Let me see. Okay, so narrow it down to what is relevant for the characters. Like, if you got a contact person for something, they should describe it as a contact for this thing rather than flesh out their own, unless they are the main character too. Exactly. You are working with this hourglass. I mean, with this watching glass. You know? You're only seeing this bit of story. The story is here. This is the story. This is the world. Look how big the world lore is. We're spawning multiple planets and multiple galaxies worth of world building and story. But this is the story. And you have to make the distinction. This small bit is the story. This is your world. So you have to put in a focus on your lore that is relevant, again, to the main theme. If it doesn't feed back to the theme of loneliness, then the lore is meaningless. And the world doesn't have to be a gloomy place. It can be a very happy place. But the focus you are looking at is the room of a lonely person, despite the world outside being anything but. We are studying characters. We are studying also the genre. So the world and the POV has to focus on the theme. And if it doesn't, then you need to tweak it a little bit. So much like Lum says, you gotta narrow it down. Not necessarily not have lore. You can have all of this, but you cannot tell all of it. Does that make sense? You can have it, but not show it all. And why do you want to not show it all? Because you will have fans. Fans will fill the gaps. And right. How many Elseworld stories we have of Star Wars? How many fan favorite stories that we have that are from Star Trek, or do we have for Harry Potter, or that we have for all the other classics? We have multiple Frankensteins, right? We have multiple Draculas, we have multiple everything, because the fans will explore the world and you will explore this side of the story in relationship to the main theme of loneliness. But someone else might explore I don't know, like thrill. Actually no, thriller, and they may want to make like a story in the same world, but focused maybe on the flavor of the eggs. Like Jum said, they tasted the egg and now they are about to explode, even if it tasted really good. and now the story becomes something else, right? But it's all the same world. Making a story from the real world will be easy on this because I can put the rules in the story for what the characters already knows, and you need to mention a new aspect of your world. You can just look it up because it already exists. So if you create an intricate world, it would just be a map to use, then it's needed as the story progresses. Yeah, exactly. That is another idea. Are you focused on... Actually, I can move on to the next part because I think that has to do with it. When a story is very character driven, or if it's journey driven. Hang on, let me just grab this and make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, just so we don't miss it, because this is important. The fans will fill out the rest. You don't need to actually explore the world. The fans will do that for you. So focus versus quantity is what we just talked about. People will be worried about how much did the Death Star cost. They will be interested in the lore of the Banthas and the other things and whatever, and Elseworld stories, what happened to Ahsoka and this one moon, or what did Obi-Wan think when this guy popped in. But Star Wars is just this. The story of Luke, fathers and sons, and even the dark side and the light side are very bare bones because they are serving the main idea of their story and nothing else. Also, maybe the Skywalkers are not the only prophetic children that exist. Why couldn't there have been more people born from the Force? Food for thought. It can't be just the one prophecy forever. The Force encompasses an entire galaxy. So, I don't know. So if you get an intricate world, it would just be a map. Yeah, exactly. So this is the part. Are you focused on the journey, or are you focused on the character? If you have a world that's very magical, then yeah, you might need to make like a custom thing, like very high detailed custom. And if you are doing a story about the real world, then you better be careful if you are touching topics that other people might consider either nuanced, problematic, or it might not age well, or maybe it will be outdated, because if you put memes on there, it will be outdated. That's what a lot of stories happen with it. But I think it really depends on this segment. Journey-driven stories don't really care for the end goal. Did I write E twice? There's an end, there's the start of the journey, but the important part is the actual journey. What you see. What you feel. What you change. And all the things you find, what you find. What you lose. Why not both? Or rather, what if you focus on how the journey kind of just happens to the character? No, yeah, again, the journey changes the character, and it's more focused on the journey itself. What I mean by this is that I've noticed that when you actually, let's say that I want to make a movie and I'm the cameraman, I have the power to, let's say that the journey is from point A to point B like this, right? Start and end. I am going to film Bilbo leaving the Hobbit town, and I'm going to film their entire journey towards the tower where they're going to throw away the ring. You know, I'm going to focus on that entire journey. and the transitions are gonna be very few. It's just going to be a one continuous line. We're going to be focused on this, and then however the story resolves, it's a reflection on the journey. If we focus solely on the characters, it doesn't really matter what happens in between the shots on how you go places. It's a scene to scene type of shot. We move from one sequence to another. It doesn't really matter what happens in between. What matters is how you get from one scene to the other, to get from one beat to the next. And the logic on how you get from point A to point B also does not matter. What matters is we get to the next scene and we get to the next beat. And it can be a combination. You can combine them. But let's just say that there's more chase scenes that are really fun and silly here than there are here, which is more introspective. I am team lore plus characters. I prefer in-depth characters. When I write, I make short stories about their life to demonstrate their personality and motivations. Each story is a glimpse into their lives. Also, if you do this from the character's perspective, the story will start with a certain tone and the story and world, but something big happens and changes the entire reality of the overview of the main character. So the entire tone of the story would change. Is that bad? No, that's actually really good. It can start off as funny comedy and then suddenly it becomes a little bit more somber, like, oh, now it's serious. It has happened before. In D&D that happens a lot. You start with, oh, funny, haha, but then you kill like the one NPC and then the players just... and then they begin their revenge arc. I make sure that the rules of the world are fleshed out first. Yeah, no, exactly, like I said. When you focus on the world and you do on the POV part, like, yeah, you figure out all the nerd stuff. And like, legitimately, the nerd stuff. If you want to make like a map and you want to plan out town 1, and then there's town 2, you are going to figure out, oh, hang on, and there's also town 3, town 4, and town 5. If the world is flat here, what would be the most ideal system for them to traverse? It will obviously be like this, right? The town 5 will be a hub and all of them will be, you know, connected to each other this way. But what if there's like a mountain in the way of town 3 and it encompasses all of this and it goes off the map? Now town 3 has to go around the mountains and go here as a bigger route. And then they might even clash with town 1 because there's the sea and they have like only this part of the land. So now they have to connect routes with town 3 and hopefully have like a civil discussion to get to town 5, so then they can either go to town 4 or 2. But maybe they are enemies with town 5 and then they have to find a different way. So now instead of going that way, they have to plan and go through the sea to town 4, and maybe there are a bunch of storms, so they develop seafaring technology, and they're closer to the coast, so it's more like a coastal area. You see what I'm doing here? Planning out the nerd stuff based on trade routes alone and alliances. Also, hello Royal, sorry I didn't say hello before. I saw you before, I was just in a high. Here's a cheese for you, I hope that helps. Hello Keegan. Yes, of course. Yeah, cheese always helps. We're figuring out different ways to tell a story and things that I've thought about that can help you become more adept at making stories. We chose the length of a story. We chose an umbrella theme that will make everything change. In this case, this is an idea, like the theme would be loneliness. So we are going around with that idea just for fun, right? Oh, and speaking about loneliness, if we're talking about loneliness, Town 2 could be one of the loneliest ones, and all of them could be like in some sort of beneficial or antagonistic relationship, but none of them care for Town 2, even though Town 2 cares for Town 4 and really wants to get to Town 5, but the mountains are in the way and they gotta go in betwixt Town 5, which is extremely hostile. Like, you know what I mean? Like, now we gotta think about the map, the positioning, all the nerd stuff. But the story is this. Because I Am Teen Character, one of my favorite, is telling the same story from at least 2 different POVs, thus changing the meaning of the story, even though the events is the same. Yeah, and I'm gonna get to that when we get to characters. Oh, we're gonna have some fun. But yeah, this is what I mean when I talk about character-driven stories versus journey-driven stories. And it doesn't mean that journey-driven stories are not character-driven. It's just that it's a scale. It's a scale of journey to character. And you kind of have to gouge out... Hang on. You kind of have to gouge out where in this scale you put it. Is it more journey? Like, maybe the characters do not matter. It reminds me of Uzumaki from Junji Ito. Let me... Junji Ito has stories that we really don't care about the characters, and they are blank. The characters are blank. They have no personality. They have no future. They are only boats and vehicles to understand the world around us, the journey, if you will, the transformation of the madness into falling into the spiral. But now if we go into fully character stories, we get stuff like, let's see. What's a world that's just fully character, no lore? Actually, sometimes shorts. You know that like the Monsters Inc. shorts or the movie shorts that actually let me think about this. You know, one of my favorite examples is the Spider-Verse. I'm not saying that the Spider-Verse is extremely character-driven. It's just that it's one of the only examples I can think of right now. What are we talking about? Oh, we're talking about different ways to write stories, and I invite you to watch the VOD. Because I've re-explained this a few times already. Deciding the length of a story, grabbing a main theme that changes everything, and we're talking about characters, world, POV, lore, narrative, and character, and the method of how you tell the story, and the genre. But right now we're in the world. You figure out the nerd stuff, but you also figure out only the focus of the story. You leave everything outside for the fans to figure out, and for them to write their own stories in your world. But when it comes to the journey versus character, you can have journey stories that have no interest in the characters themselves, or you can have a story like the Spider-Verse that is fully character driven, and it's very action-packed in betwixt the scene beats. One of the videos that I have on the suggestions list bases a model on a book called Story. This is how you design a beat. you have a scene. You have a setup, right? You have a bunch of characters. They're talking, or there's a situation. Oh, I found this letter and I'm reading this letter, and there's a setup, right? There's a situation. A nice setup where the character will find the letter, or the character will find the other character, and they'll start talking. And eventually there will be a pressure put onto them. And oh, he's dodging the questions. Oh, he's trying to read the letter and he's trying to hide it. And eventually there is a reveal. There is a reveal. Let me actually put this a little bit higher. Like, let's put reveal a little bit higher, because it doesn't really need to be here. I'm just guesstimating. There's a reveal, and then there's the point of the scene. We have a beat, and then we move on to the next scene. We have a scene develop. We have a scene become pressurized. There's a reveal, and then there's the point of the scene, which would be a situation like, I discovered that, oh, this character's evil, or oh my god, I want a lawyer, something else is happening, or they discover, hey, there's more questions than answers, something's weird here, and then we transition to the next scene. Character-driven stories are more about what's happening to the character, not necessarily about the rules or what's actually happening. And this is good for what Lum was saying, that we can have stories that can be set in the real world with the real world rules that we all know and love. So then we can focus more on, what's actually happening around us. So we have this setup for stories based on character only versus stories that are more, it doesn't really matter what the characters are, but we care about what we find, what we feel through the journey, what changes through the journey, what we find, what we lose. And that can be stories that talk more about the rules of the world. Oh, it reminds me also of Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan has like a mechanism, and there's like rules on the mechanism. There's information on it. Oh man, and there's like the swords, and there's like the specifications of the swords. Oh, they're divided, so now they can keep cutting even though they become dull. Oh, there's the stats. Oh, look at this character. It's got like 3 stamina, and they can talk to any animal. You see, all of these rules and stuff are part of a storyteller, of a story method that's focused on the journey. We're interested on the lore. We're interested on exploring everything, anything besides the characters. Again, not to say that you cannot combine them. You can combine them. Just do not be in the middle. Commit to a side. Don't be in the middle. It's too boring. It reminds me of Attack on Titan. Everything ever. Have fun, Lum. Spoiler. No! But yeah, don't be in the middle. Try to focus, I don't know, like around here-ish. Hang on. Like, don't be here. Be here. Or be here. You can be close to the middle here, but then jump here, you know, like don't be here. It's too generic. We don't know what to focus on. Go here or go here. Be vague with the characters or a little bit and focus on what we find, the world, the lore, and the rules, or not really care about any of that and focus on what's actually happening to the characters and what they think about beat by beat. Sorry, sneezes. But yeah, this is what I think when I design a world. And the POV, the type of story we tell. Is your story character driven or is it journey driven? We got that out of the way. We already explored this. So now, let's see. There you go. I'm gonna drink some water. And I'm gonna eat another egg piece. Yum yum. Vote now! Oh man, eggs are so good. To think that Luke Skywalker had actual blue milk. Oh man, that hit the spot. I want to write how I ruined my life, then how I try putting it back together, using what I didn't realize I had when I started, while exploring how my view on the world and myself changed as a thing happened. That's good. That's really good. In your case, then your story might be character driven. And you can use that model of going beat by beat. Like there can be a situation, a setup, a little bit of pressure, you do the wrong choices when, you know, at the very end there's a beat, you make a choice, but you have to make a choice. Characters have to make choices. That is one of the most important aspects of storytelling. No matter if it's a journey story or a character driven story, characters have to make choices, both wrong and good, but they have to commit to really bad ones or really good ones in order for things to change. If it's intermediate, it's kind of not as interesting, even unless it's one of those choices that it's a slow burn and a slippery slope to bigger consequences. But you know, you make a beat, you move on to the next scene. Doesn't really matter how exactly you get to the place, unless of course you follow the rules. It's like, but you don't need to explain it. It's like, oh, it takes you a few minutes to go from here to there, so by the time you return home, it's nighttime, so it makes sense. Like, all in all, it makes sense, but it's not something you have to explain, because if you explain it, it defocuses the whole thing. Like, there are things that are logical that you can infer, but you don't never talk about, because you want to focus on the beats, on the choices that characters make, whether it be good or bad, while also describing my realizations as I go along. You can have that as a beat. Those realizations, write them down as beats, and write down like the sequential events of what it took to get there, and how can you resume it in a fashion where it works out for character story. Oh, there's some really bad ones along with slow burns and foreshadowing. Yeah, I can imagine. I don't mean this as spoilers for the series. Most of my stories have a story completely driven by characters. So something happened because of something and did affects another someone, which is a vague explanation, hard to explain. Yeah, but I think I understand the gist of it. Like it's mostly on the combination of effects of choices. Multiple choices affect multiple people, and if they are influential, then they will tip the scales and force other characters to act. Maybe a character makes a choice and unknowingly forces the hand of another, or maybe makes the other character like pull back and wait a minute because it's beneficial. They're the ones walking into the darkness and not them, and then they can just chill, and then they can be like, okay, I have more information now, it's safe, or oh my god, I'm glad I didn't go first, huh? I could have died. So it's a balance on that. Wow, it's really neck and neck. 2 votes, 50-50. Well, funny enough, in the chat we are talking about characters, but the characters bit is a very interesting system that I have for it. Might be a little bit full of explanations. Let me see. In that case, since it's already 50-50 and no one's voting, let me see if I can choose. I think the character system is one that I'm very fond of, so I'm gonna spend a lot more time talking about that. So let's go to genre, because my explanation for genre is a lot quicker and a lot simpler. When I want to choose genre, let me close this. When I want to, since you guys are talking about character and you have really good ideas, I'm gonna get through genre real quick, because honestly it's not that interesting, but it's still powerful. You know how I see genre? I see it like a game system. You have Yo, JJ, welcome in. Happy to have ya. How are you? You guys helped me so much yesterday. Yeah. Oh, idol? Heck no, do not call me an idol. I'm literally one of you guys. I'm a dude. I'm just a guy. I'm just a little guy. How are you, Waffles? Oh man, I'm a mortal being. Yeah, welcome. I might not be able to do a really quick recap because we're talking about some of the ideas I have to write stories. Choose a length, choose a theme, everything else is affected interchangeably. Yeah, that's my explanation. We chose loneliness as an example theme. We talked about world building. And now I want to talk about how you choose a genre for your story. And I think this is a system that works out in any situation. Actually, I need to BRB. Okay, Lum. So let's see. It's gonna take me a little bit, so. No, hang on. Yeah. Go ahead, Lum. No worries. I'm gonna try to be a little bit slow, so you get time to come back. Yeah, because this is... It's easy to explain, but it's a little hard to draw. Oh no, I've noticed you guys are going crazy in the chat. What about JJ? What about JJ? Yo, do you guys remember that scene from Madagascar? I forgot his name, but like Marty, Chris, Marty, Marty. Oh, sugar honey iced tea. Oh man. Yeah, the first movie, the first Madagascar. Hello, Broken Flag. Welcome in. How are you? Happy to see ya. We were talking yesterday. Oh man, happy to have ya. We're talking about writing and storytelling. It's kind of late for me to go over literally everything that I've been. I've even deleted a few things to make space. So, you know, sorry. You'll have to kind of bear with me. We already talked about world building. We already talked about choosing a length for your story and all the ways that you can choose a length for it and why. It's you know, basically it's important to choose an ending and not force a sequel or talking extra when the story is well contained and perfect. I'm looking at you, Hollywood. And then world building, all the nerd ideas that you can have versus the focus of the story, which could be all the ideas and then the story is just this little bit. And then the other bit where it's character driven stories, which is just a beat by beat bounce. And it doesn't really matter how you get from beat to beat. The important is that you get the beat, versus a journey driven story that is more about the things you find, the things that change, the things you feel, and then the ending are like a reflection on the journey rather than caring about individual characters. And there's a sweet spot in the middle ground, but not perfectly in the middle. Do not go in the middle in that sense. Then it will be kind of boring. But now we're talking about genre. And with genre, the main idea is that of antagonistic forces versus protagonistic forces. Noob easy pro god mode level 9000. Pretty much. So if the protagonist is as strong as the monster, then it's an adventure story. So let's put in, let me just delete all this, or at least move it a little higher when choosing genre. Difficulty, and let's put in an equation. Yeah, good equal to the opposition. So around 1140 or something, got sent out this classmate, honestly not doing well and not taking it well, and kicked the door so hard the handle broke off and we were locked. No! Inside the classroom. Oh, I'm not making this up. We called someone to get us out. Yeah, I'm a little focused on this, but yeah, I go back to you guys. What the heck is happening? Were you guys okay? Oh jeez, goodness. Sugar honey iced tea, that sucks. Okay, let me see. Let me review what you guys are talking about. I don't do videos, but I made it for fun. Oh no, yeah, JJ was working on their Viado tube character model, and we had a little bit of difficulty. I don't know why. The like 𝐈𝐵's paint was not exporting pictures with a transparent background. That was so weird, and we were fighting with this like, oh come on, I miss paint work, please. Make background disappear, help me, because yeah, for some reason it wasn't working. But man, to me, genre is the type of story like steampunk, fantasy, horror, sci-fi, etc. No, and it is, yes, but the way I mention it is that you can choose, because steampunk is more like a theme, more like a decoration. But when I talk genre, I'm talking about stakes. You know, I'm talking about danger. I'm talking about that. In this case, let me keep drawing here. Have like a little knife. That's all you get. And of course, just that can be reflected this way. So now in this part, I was telling them how much you stream started 108 minutes ago, just to make it to hours and minutes. YouTube. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, by the way, I heard somewhere, and I don't know if this is true, but in YouTube they want to remove view counts. They want to remove also, I mean, they already removed the downvote, right? They removed it. Like, you can downvote videos, but you cannot see the downvotes. And now they want to remove also the dates, like how old your video is, the date of the video. They want to remove it. I guess now I have to plan the dates and put them on the video, I guess. And right now it's exactly an hour and 50 minutes into this specific stream. But yeah, I like enemies that require strategy and the power of friendship, teamwork to defeat, like organized operations for my fighting scenes. That sounds awesome. Yes, I like that too. Why? I know, right? I don't know. But yeah, my high school it's genuinely insane. No joke. People in class were caught watching it. Oh no. The dates, I mean. Yeah, I know, right? Because what if I want, like, you and me, Jum, we work on 3D sometimes. Mostly you, I think. And do you know what it is to go and find a tutorial and it's not there because, oh, I don't know what date it is for it? Like, you know, it's like, I don't know, it's stupid, it's ridiculous. No, hang on, I gotta push this. And then we have the other side of the coin. Which in this case could be basically, this is what I mean. When I talk about genre and choosing a genre, I'm talking that the protagonist is either in control or just out of control. the antagonistic forces are either winning and a threat, or they are just either a tiny obstacle or something to laugh at. Just like a silly goober. So pretty much this is the scale on how to choose your genre. Who has the bigger advantage? Does the enemy have the bigger advantage? Then it's more likely to be horror or closer to thriller. And if it's even, then it will most likely be an adventure story, because they are evenly matched, and the whole point is who will win, good or evil, and that way it's more thrillery, but at the same time it's more adventurous, more action. Oh, that's the word. That's the word I was looking for. It's more action. There you go. So it's more action, adventure, and then as we go a little bit stronger on the villains, it becomes more thriller, and then it becomes more horror, until eventually it can become just straight up cosmic horror. And then if we go up the scales, it becomes more comedic, more slapstick comedy, and eventually an education show, which is like cartoons for children and all that stuff, where there is basically no villain. And where there are villains, they're just more worried about who took my ice cream. Yeah, you gotta learn how to share, Mr. Bartholomew the Third. Yeah, but I'm a grumpy villain. Yeah. Also, okay, let's see. Why didn't he remove the dates? I don't know. I think it's because the whole date thing. It's because probably they want to make it like a streaming service, kind of like Netflix, and they wouldn't like that one video outcompetes a series that they make. I don't know. That's like the theory that the person that I saw mention or was talking about. I've heard about it. Why is YouTube doing this? This is actually going to happen? I don't know. I'm talking about what I heard around the Vine. I'm not sure if it will actually happen, and or if the people will riot enough to stop it. Yeah, especially with programs that have changed a lot. You find old Blender tutorials have the stuff is either gone, moved, or a newest version. And also, I found a tutorial for exactly what I needed, but I had to comment, hey, the add-ons are not there. And it's like, oh, yeah, because the new version changed them, and then they updated on the comments. But you see, there's constant changes, even though that the video was just a few months old. So it's like, wow, even months old changes do a lot of difference. And I could have sworn that, oh, but maybe this is just an old video from yesteryear and I couldn't contribute to the... You see, like, removing the dates is stupid. I had to go, my friend. I'm really sleepy because of the pills, but oh, okay. Don't worry, Broken Flag. I'm happy you were here anyways. Yeah, we can talk another time. Imagine a video title, how to do this tutorial thing for 2024, but the video was actually in 2020. There's no way to tell because they actually removed the date. People can troll like that. It's annoying. Exactly. When so confused with you think doing this. It's a pumpkin. It's a present pumpkin by Bryant. This is actually a really good chart. Thank you. Yeah, I thought about this years ago, and I'm like, yo, hang on. This is actually a really good way to tell if your story is one thing or something else. And I can change the mood depending on, like, I think it was, who said it? I think it was Lum who mentioned, oh, what if it starts out one way, but then the story changes into something a little bit more serious? So, yeah, I sent a video on Bun and Poo. Oh, okay, I'll check it out. Hey, Lazy Eggs, what's up? What you doing? Guys, check it out. It's the egg. Look at the egg. Look at this dude. He laid. Haha. I hate it here. What's up, man? Yeah, I'm not gonna recap everything. I'm just talking in this case specifically on how do you choose a genre for your story. And I feel that a difficulty system like a video game would be one of the best ways to kind of define whether or not your story is one way or the other. The less resources you have to fight an enemy, the scarier it is. This is why in video games you just give them crappy weapons or unreliable tools to fight or survive a situation, and that's what makes it scarier. And of course, when it's cosmic horror, you are insignificant. Just it's there's nothing. The creature is all-encompassing and inescapable. Normally, stories that have a lot more journey-driven ideas are cosmic horror stories, like I said with Junji Ito. Like, it doesn't really matter what the characters do, they are already doomed. For some reason, woke up really early. Yeah, weird. Introducing. Wait. I was thinking about making a series videos introducing all 5 characters' personalities and goals. The script for the first one is done. Excellent. Yeah, you can do like Marvel did, that they did like multiple movies for a single character, introducing them slowly and then combining them into bigger stories. Just heard change midday through the day. Made me think of the first episode of Invincible. Huh. Also, hello Sasha, welcome in. What's up? Yeah, we're just talking about writing stories. And I think I'm done with this because, again, the genre idea that I had on writing stories is very simple. It's just a difficulty chart. The harder it is, the scarier it is, the easier it is, the closer to an educational show it becomes. Comedy, action, adventure, and then it goes on and on. And you can add everything else that isn't a genre like steampunk or fantasy, because those are more color code paintings that have more to do with the world and world building than the genre itself, because genre implies that things can be either more comedic because magic or more scarier because magic. So some people in D&D being like, okay, so technically it says that I can spawn it within the area, I don't need to be able to see, so what if I summon it in the person's stomach? And I'm like, what are you talking about? You know, like, because of magic, things can go terribly, or it can just be incredibly hilarious, or both. Ugh. Comedy should be put harder. How come? Because normally there's slapstick, right? Charlie Chaplin. The guy just falls down the stairs and he makes like his entire mess and whatever, but he survives. That's the point. You can get hit very hard. Life can be extremely difficult, but you survive. You walk it off. People laugh at it. That's the whole point. While it's in like a horror story, you fall down the stairs, you break your neck somehow, and then your corpse is just there, like it's over. And then the monsters come in and eat it and then possess you or something. I don't know. But you see, like, it's like, that's what I mean. It doesn't really matter how hard your life is. On easy mode, you walk it off and we laugh at you. And on terrible world, nothing matters, and the whole point is to be depressed. So I think this works just fine. At least personally, I don't know. I guess I'm thinking for real thought-provoking comedy. No, yeah, you gotta be a comedian to make good comedy. that's on you as a writer. That's on you as a writer. What I mean is like the life of the character, the threat level, the yeah, you gotta think more. I'm thinking more about the in-world implications. If you choose easy mode, then your main character should be stronger than the opposition. Because normally we think, what genre should I make? And it really depends on your mood. Do you like stories where the main characters are stronger than the villains? Or do you like high stakes? Do Do you like barrel trauma? And I know you do, Lazy. Do you like stories where you have to survive and fight? Then most likely you like this around this. You see? Using video game logic to write a story. You're talking about the danger to the protagonist. Yes, exactly. There you go. I get it now. Yeah. Danger to the protagonist. What do you think of the new video? I think it's too slow, but I don't know how you see it. Which one? Did you put a new one recently? I mean, it was a little slow, yes, and you had some repeating animation and some pausing animation where the smoke should still keep going. But I still feel that it was pretty good, you know, for what it is. Again, there's tons of stuff to improve, and even if you post and it's not really the best video you get out there, it's still important that you exercise on posting. So I don't, you know, eventually I will be like, okay, you can morning coffee, yeah. Oh yeah, eventually I know that you will pump up the quality. You'll get better, and you'll think a little bit more about, oh, smoke never stops, so on this frame it does stop. I should have it keep moving despite what happens, you know, stuff like that. So don't worry about the details right now. You can worry them on the next video. What can I improve on the video? You will never see my comments on HTE live with the guys. What live with the guys? Hang on. I'm a bit more up. What does that mean? I sent the video on Bond, just laughing just like that. Wait, I'm curious. Oh, you mean like the video you sent? Those people to do something in the corner. Hang on, but do you mean like the video you sent me on like Bon and Puru? Ah, here it is. Dude, it means the right now. What? I'm confused. Yeah, I started to a channel, but I haven't made video shorts yet. Oh, yet, but you'll get there. Thanks for gonna hear my excitement. It's not fluff up. Let me see. Oh wow, you have the thing really high. Oh, there I am. That's adorable. You're alive. Oh man. Oh, that's cute. Excellent. So you're live. Oh man. Let me check my phone. Hang on. Okay, no one's called me. Again, I'm really nervous if someone calls me to help my aunt, and it's 2:38. Okay. I'm just paying attention to this. So yeah, forgive me if I'm a little bit divided. I'm just really making sure that I don't miss anything on, you know, someone calling me. Okay, so I think we can move on. Yeah, because this is already done. Look at I'm not live. I accidentally said it. I've narrowed down to the introduction of the main to be either the ending or a nightmare sequence. I see. Nightmare sequence can work, just so long as it doesn't invalidate all the things that have happened up until now. Because sometimes the whole "it was a dream all along" it turns people off. It's like, nah, that's dumb. So yeah, it really depends. Okay, let's see. I mean, he's on live, which because speed doesn't sound like that. Oh, I see. No, but it's okay. I think that they get the gist of it. Let's see what else. Narrow it down. Okay, I've read everything. Okay, I think we can move on now to characters. And this system is one of my favorite ones that I've thought about on how to write characters. And it's on the thumbnail of this video because it's one of my favorite things to think about at some points. So you have one character and you have another character. We're gonna start real slow, real small. You've never eaten a burrito or a taco? You have to. It's so good. Especially with salsa. Oh, yeah. It's like hot sauce a little bit. Just a little bit. Mild hot sauce. Cheese. A meat of your choice. Will it be ground beef or chicken? Cream cheese. Tomatoes. Lettuce. It's so good. Okay, so. We have two characters. And let's pretend they are in a room. They are alone. I mean, in space, you know, concept-wise. They are in space. We have no world. We have nothing. We're going to think about it this way. There is no lore. There is no world. There's just two blank characters. Now, the idea of this technique is to write a single word to define the relationship on how this person views this person and how this person views this person. Let's say that this person hates this person. And let's say that this character thinks of this other person as their best friend. And there you go. This is going to happen for Act 1 of your story. Act 1 will have this interaction between these characters. For the majority, up until the end of the series, this will be their interaction. And of course, it will change. By Act 2, the dynamic now will be different. Now, the way this character sees this character has to be very different on how this character sees this other character by the end of Act 2. And then Act 2 to Act 3, the dynamic is either resolved or split apart. Hang on. Not as in the intro to the character. Also, the beginning of the story is an ending. Then it starts at the beginning like a tragedy or similar nightmare sequence instead. Oh, like one of those confusing. The intro to the characters is also the beginning of the story. Are you talking about very Tarantino-esque stuff? Because that is how Pulp Fiction works. It's almost like a backwards storytelling. This really has taught me something, but I'm afraid I might go on my own stuff. Good luck and take care, everyone. Okay, bye, Waffles, and don't worry, the VOD is here for you, so you can rewatch it and get all the good stuff, all the good details. Okay, so the idea behind this, you get two characters, Act 1, and in Act 1, all the chapters will have this dynamic more or less, and it will change by Act 2. And in Act 2, the majority of the cases, this new dynamic will appear. This guy doesn't see him as a best friend. They might be afraid of them. And maybe this character had the wrong idea about this guy, so now he is ashamed. Like, he feels shame when he sees him, and now he's afraid of this character. Now they have this tumultuous dynamic. But by the end, they resolve to be best friends. Again. You see? Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. And this can help you set multiple dynamics. Oh, by the way, I might come back, but I will see. No worries. Yeah, again, you have the VOD. And in any case, see ya. But we'll see you later. I hope. I really hope so. But this is more or less the technique that I wanted to talk about. This is like 1%. I'm doing like a very resumed version of it. But I'm going to the more complicated version in a little bit. But this is the general concept. This is just with 2 characters. We're going to do it with 4. Let's delete all of this. So we have these 2 characters. This is Act 1. Act 1 will focus on 4 key characters. There will be C, B, D, side characters, like whatever. Yeah, they are supporting cast. But this is the quantity of characters that will carry the themes of loneliness in the story. The umbrella theme, they will carry it. These characters, each of them, will embody something about loneliness. A lot of montage tragedies start with the ending or spoils the ending to the audience in some way, and to the audience knows how it ends already, and all they can do is watch. It'll do that or that maybe. It reminds me of what Hitchcock said about the bomb under the table. Have you heard about that? A nightmare sequence instead be fear, it comes true, and the story of characters begins. Yeah, I've heard something like that. But have you heard about the bomb under the table? And if someone hasn't, it's a story mechanism that Hitchcock talked about. That if there's 2 people talking, like about baseball or whatever, they're just talking, just normal. And then there's an explosion. Boom. Yeah, like it's over. They're dead. Boom. But what if we tell the same story and I told you that there was a bomb under the table that they do not know about, and they're just casually talking about baseball, and we see clips of the bomb slowly being, slowly almost being close to blowing up, and slowly, and then there's the explosion. There's a lot more thriller, there's a lot more scare factor, and Hitchcock was the starter of that idea. And a lot of directors like Quentin Tarantino use that on stuff like *Inglourious Basterds*. You will see it on one of the tutorials that I have on the Reddit posts that I have put on the description of the video. Okay, so I'm gonna go shower and head to school. I'm gonna have my first English debate in class too. So happy. It's 0 hours, which means class starts at 45 minutes before school actually. Sleep. I meant sleep. I'm back. Welcome back, learns, and take care, JJ. Why do I type so quickly? Welcome back. You're really fast. Yeah, but don't worry, JJ. Go ahead, do what you have to. I'm happy to have you here in any case. Yeah, we'll see you next time. No, I haven't heard of this, but I know exactly what you're yapping about. Yeah. Yeah. Like that scene in *Inglourious Basterds* where there's like the Jew family underneath the floorboards, and the inspector is like being very casual with the family while the guy is trying to hide them, and finally the beat resolves. Remember what I told you guys about the upside down triangle? There's a setup, there's pressure, there's a reveal, and then there's a point to the story, a resolution. And so the guy is being all like, this is your house, be comfortable, ha ha ha. And then finally, the reveal. You're sheltering enemies of the state, are you not? And they're hiding underneath the floorboards. And there you go. And then we set up the next beat of the story. And that's how you make a scene. Anyways, yeah, bye-bye, JJ. Take care. This is a technique by the book Story. Again, check the videos that I put on the Reddit post on the description of the video to check out more about that. Okay, so now we have 4 characters. These characters, every character, when you have an umbrella theme, they are subtopics. Characters, each character is a vehicle to explore a perspective, a point of view, and they let you see the consequences when living through a story and the choices they make. In form of what it is that you either believe or what are your conclusions of the theme. The conclusion of the theme depends on the character driving the story. Deuce, why did I just notice Deuce has drawn the hate-love circle before I remember now? Wait, what? I'm confused. This has drawn the hate-love circle before. I don't get it. The hate-love circle. You mean this? I mean, it's just that there is a contrast. There has to be contrast between points of view. If there is no contrast, then it's boring. A character has to either hate or love something. And if they feel indifferent about a theme, they have to not feel indifferent about something else. They must have strong emotions about something. For characters, the stereotypical you drew. Oh, this then. Yeah. Because it's really boring to have a bunch of characters not really care about stuff. You've shown it and explained it before. Yeah, I have. But, you know, I really wanted to give an emphasis here. I can't remember when. Yeah, a long time ago, we were talking about different things, and I talked about this. But because we weren't talking about this specifically, I didn't completely made a whole breakdown of it. But yeah, this entire situation is so you can make a lot of contrast and talk about the topic. And every character is a version of loneliness. So let's, let's call this character insecurity. Let's call this character fear. No. I think this guy can be called insecurity. Yes. Let's call them insecurity. This guy can be something else. The reason I called this character insecurity is because insecure people tend to react very defensively and violently. So even with affection, maybe their life wasn't the best, or maybe they are just learning new emotions. So they feel very defensive even to positive stimulus. So this character can embody the theme of loneliness by being insecure and pushing away the one who will be his best friend. There are characters made with no emotion, so many manhwas. Yeah, exactly. But that's, you know, it really depends, because if this character is boring, then other characters must be entertaining. It's kind of like Saitama. All the other characters are extremely quirky and funny and silly and idiotic and whatever. But, you know, the main character is just boring. And that's where the comedy comes from. He's very stagnant, and everybody else, he lives in a world where everything is zany and crazy. And you know, his reactions to that being like, meh, it's funny. But you need contrast. Saitama isn't funny? To me, he is funny. Oh, well, there are the moments where he's actually very funny, where he actually gets angry. Or when he gets upset that the sale doesn't work out. Like the scene with the fly, that was great. It's like the scene with the I'm gonna kill that fly. Or like, damn it, no! The sale is happening without me, no! Ah! No! And then there's like the vein. But yeah, it's kind of like it's kind of like an example. Like I'm not being like super specific. If the point is, if a character is too perfect or too boring or too stagnant, then you have to compensate with the world being that way. Or vice versa. If the character is extremely crazy and interesting, then by comparison, the world has to be super boring. So then it can be either funny or there has to be a contrast. If everyone's crazy, then no one is. And if everyone's boring, then it's super boring. There has to be an in-between somewhere. Or at least something has to give. This is why a lot of animes are like normal person, normal person, normal person, girl that's a deer, and the adventures of their insanity. And they're like, what the? What? And then one guy loves it. Dude's being super relatable and emotional is proving all his points. I don't know. It's just observations. You figured it out the more stories you watch, and you know, I've been since high school watching a bunch of shows and anime and whatnot. So if we're exploring a theme, the characters, each of them must represent a type of something. Exactly. So I don't know. In the case of loneliness, this character can be called the only child? The only child, like no friends, no people, and they have like the one friend. This person can be denial. And this person can just be the hermit. Being a weeb can help. I mean, that's the thing. Anime is storytelling too. It's a book. It's stories. It's media. Like, I honestly don't care what the difference is between a manhwa and a manga and a Western comic book. It's still storytelling methods. It's a story. And the most important thing to me is how they tell the story. Westerns like the superpower fantasies and well-structured ideas, and Japan just embraces all the crazy ideas and shenanigans and extremely creative, and they strengthen the power in numbers idea instead of the one man that's important, which Westerners have a lot of ideals around. You know, Superman. He's a man that can do everything, and he has all the power, and he has to now help everybody because of it. And in Japan, the stories are more about teamwork, the power of friendship. Everybody has a skill, and we combine it to get a goal done. And those type of storytelling allow us to have a huge variety of stories and ideas and whatnot. So now that we're talking about loneliness in this example, let's say that these 4 key core characters talk about things that I in my life have experienced, for example. Like what Lum was saying, that Lum wanted to make stories based on her life, and that works out really well. So let's explore things. The hermit how do the hermit see the only child? They might appreciate them, so maybe nostalgic. Like when they see it, they see a nostalgic feeling of, oh yeah, man, I grew up alone, it was amazing. Let's say that the hermit has always been alone. No, hang on. Let's just say that they like the character. But friendship wise, like, appreciate them. Because they're not actively looking for friends either. They're a hermit, but they appreciate the attitude of the only child. And the only child feels that they are a little weird. The only child wants nothing more than to have friends, and being a hermit, they don't understand it. They find it strange, and come on, I don't want that. The hermit sees the denial person and thinks, let's see, let me think. Like sometimes you see a person and you're like, I don't think we can be friends. You're too unstable. And it's not that they hate them either. It's just that they don't want to be around them. Repulsion. Like, let's say they're an extreme hermit, so they feel genuine repulsion. And the denial person sees the hermit and they say, and they feel it's sad. It's sad that they are alone and they need friendship. They need what I want. And you know, like, they are insecure, they are in denial because of the things they can't have, so they are lonely in that way. And when they see that the hermit is content by having nothing, it's something that makes them very afraid. It's something they don't want. It's something that they are, oh man, this guy's so sad. Like, I feel sad for this guy. And so again, they're denying a bunch of issues that they have, that the hermit is just chill. It's like, yeah, it's good. I'm fine, man. It's like, whatever. I live alone and it's great, and I really don't want anything. I'm just chill. It's a really it's a form of loneliness that they are okay with, but even then, it's not very healthy even. Oh, I forgot. There's also in-betweens. How the insecure person sees the hermit and how the hermit sees the insecure person, and vice versa on the denial person and the only child. The denial person sees the insecure person and thinks they are pathetic. The insecurity person sees the denial person, and maybe in this case there could be a character interaction where they can trust him. There's no logic, it's just that maybe they have a history. things don't really need to be super mega specific. They can be also about interconnections. Like you can start planning, oh, maybe they went to the same school and they know each other. Okay, so he trusts him, but the now person sees them as pathetic and they use him. Oh, by the way, I may or may not have added to your workload. Why? What did you do, lazy? What happened? What did you do, man? You crazy? What did you tell Pep? What did you reveal? Hang on. No, that's 𝐒𝐫𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐧𝐠. That's okay. He's doing a collab right now. Wait, are you in the Pep server talking? Oh, more games to the... Oh, don't scare me like that. Yeah. No, that's good. I'll add it to the list. Oh, in the community jar. Yeah. Okay. Crawl. And Dark House. I don't remember. Did we add that one game that looks like this Dark House monster, where the kid is walking around in the dark? I forgot the name of the game. It's kind of like Little Nightmares, but it isn't. But yeah, he did a while ago. What? Oh yeah, Lazy has been adding ideas to a community jar that Lazy and I are mods in a different server, so he's adding to my workload. Because I have a list of all the games, so then the streamer can kind of make it easy for them to look up for the videos. Or at least video game ideas that we suggest. Person sees the only child. What do they feel when a person in deep denial maybe they can see them as a drone? And maybe the only child sees them as a bully. Maybe not, but I swear I've seen it. No, yeah, it became super famous. Bye bye, dudes. 2EP. I love the topic of this video. Till next time. Okay, learns. No worries. We'll see you next time. Have a good rest. Have a good eat. But this is the model. This is the general model. In Act 1, this will be the interactions of all the characters. At least the key core characters. With 4, you already have so much richness with only a single word per connection. The only child, or is a story of this kid that has no friends, it's alone, it's that kind of loneliness. They have no one to hang out with, and they have like the one person. They are their best friend to them. But this insecure person just hates them. This person has lived with a family and people, and has had an experience where not knowing things is like the key core of everything. So it's hard for them to believe that anyone would care to be their best friend. So to them, they are alone in their own self. Even though they're surrounded by company, they don't trust anything, and it's really hard for them to make meaningful connections. So when this kid comes and says, hey, let's be best friends or whatever, and they've been friends for years, they cannot believe it. So personally, they just hate the person, because how can someone be so naive? Oh, so stupid. The world is dark and I don't trust. And then they have this interaction where the only child is very friendly to them. Yeah, I mean, you know, I grew up without any friends, and I think we can just hang out and stuff. And this guy is like, he doesn't get it. God, I hate this kid. His optimism is dumb or whatever. And this is their dynamic. And then the only child also knows this other key character, which is the hermit. They live alone, they just do the things they have to do, and then they go back, very hikikomori style. The hikikomori hermit is like, sees the only child and it's like, the life of being alone is so great. Kid, you are blessed. You have no one to bother you. Everything's great. This is good. Don't worry so much. I appreciate your enthusiasm. You're a nice kid. Why are you hanging out with this other guy? You know, the way that the hermit sees the insecure guy is with fear. This guy is scary. I think he's gone through really weird things. Trust me, kid. Just be alone. Don't hang out with these people. They're gonna betray you. And the only child doesn't understand anything the hermit says. It's like, that's weird. Why would you want to be alone? I don't get it. And he doesn't heed the warnings of, because the hermit can have solid points, but the hermit can also be wrong in the sense of humans are social machines. We love to talk to people. We like to communicate. We like to teach. We like to move. We like to create. It's really hard to be a genuine hermit. Like, I know it's funny, haha, people, oh wow, but there are some points where you just become depressed and you actually genuinely need meaningful connections to get out of a funk a lot quicker and a lot more healthier. So the hermit can be right and wrong at the same time. Oh, give me a second, I'm getting a phone call. Okay, I'm back. Just that mom called and I was telling her like, hey, my aunt hasn't called me. Maybe you can check it out and see if she actually needs anything, because my aunt was like, oh no, it's okay, I don't need any help and stuff. It's like, hey, but no, come on, maybe you do need help. Like, just let me know. You know, the whole plumbing thing that she has a problem in her house. I don't want her to go to sleep with a flooded house, you know what I mean? So-called news about no. Nah, never mind. No, yeah, but well, sort of. It has to do with the toilet, but not mine. Yeah, but I'm paying attention. My aunt leaves work at 4 and it's 3:13. So I'm just paying attention, you know? Just paying attention in case I get a call. Oh, we're leaving, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna put my shoes on. I'm gonna grab my toolbox and we're just gonna go, you know? But yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. And now, so we were talking about the relationship between characters. We were on the hermit guy and how the only child doesn't understand what they're saying, even though the hermit is both right and wrong. This is why the insecure person right now sees a curiosity. Like, how can a person be so calm but also wise? There's like, they might see the hermit with respect enough to be curious, like, what are they lacking that I can learn from? Even though the hermit is afraid of the insecure person. Because when you are insecure, you're volatile and unpredictable. Very defensive, very reactive. And so the hermit, who is a hikikomori, might not just have any idea how to interact with that. I started with the titles, each of the characters, and that means before giving them names, so I got the bastard, the mute, the belligerent, the murderer, and the evangelist, for example. yeah, it's pretty much you give them the names of the dynamic under the theme. The theme is the umbrella that changes genre, the lore, and the character interactions. And because each character is a vehicle to your conclusions on a topic, then yeah, each character would have a topic, a sub-theme that reflects the main theme. And their interaction would be how you see that interaction working out. Is it good to be a hermit? Explore it with this character. Are they right? Are they wrong? Explore both ideas. And then make them interact with multiple different ideas to prove your point even further. And that way your conclusion will have proof. You know, proof of concept. And this is another thing that you got to figure out when you're doing characters. Because each character reflects a topic and they explore a story to a conclusion, you have to also explore different conclusions. One of them is ones you agree on, and conclusions you strongly disagree on. Now, a story will become preachy if you do not include or give any credit to either, what would be the word? Solving the reasons why you disagree, or not give enough credit to maybe a few key points with respect on the campus of what you disagree about. And you only preach about what you agree on without any proof, without any reason, without any form of civil discussion. This is when a story becomes preachy. This is why PETA is so hated. Because they are just trying to dunk on the opposition. No, animals this and that. And they make the most grotesque methods of trying to convince you that it just becomes cult-like. So a good story has a point you agree on, and maybe that's the conclusion. The conclusion you agree on will be the thing that prevails at the end, but you also have to explore the things you disagree on. You gotta give a why you disagree, and give an example through the character. And you got to show your work. It's like a math problem, and you got to find ways on how to solve it, which would be the point you agree on. The characters explore the things you disagree with and the things you agree with. Of course, a different character. Character 1, character 2. Another one can be character 3. Another one can be character 4. And to what Lum said before, that a story can start one way and then change genre. Well, a character can start on a method that you agree on and then end up in a place where you disagree with them. And that's good, because that way you can say, okay, so I agree with this topic, but they can end up believing something I disagree with enough pressure. And maybe character 3 starts in a way you disagree with, but a way to solve their problem is to do the method that you agree with. And there you go. You have characters growing up. You have characters changing and you are playing with what you disagree with. You're showing proof, you're giving it credit, and you're also saying things like, okay, I disagree with this idea, but it makes sense. It makes sense because, and there you go, you explore it. It makes sense because, and then you go, but, and then you go back to what you agree on, the conclusion. Makes sense because, but, and then the conclusion you agree on, which goes back to the characters driving the story and your conclusion on the main theme topic. I've named them all of them, but that's how they started. Yeah, no, it's really good. It's really good. It's a good placement too, while you get actual genuine names. But generally, characters with character-driven stories, again, this is for character-driven stories. If the story is not character-driven, none of this matters. Like, forget all of this. It doesn't matter. None of this matters. What matters is the things you find, the places you go, and the feelings the world evokes on you, and the logic of the world. If the world, the journey, is more important than characters. I mean, again, there can be a little bit of an in-between, not a perfect one, but something interesting, a nice mix. But if it's character-driven, then you can do this. And remember, this is only Act 1. Act 2 will have every single word that we have here change completely. The only child might now have a lot of friends and be changed, but now they are afraid of insecurity because insecurity now is different, and they change statuses, but it's the same person. They have the same memory. So now it's like, oh man, the dynamic is different. How are we gonna get past this? And then the conclusion, you will define, okay, but if a person is insecure and they figure things out, they can still be, they can still learn to love people they used to hate. And there you go. Now you've made a case, and you represent it with this character becoming best friends with the one that used to be his best friend, that is now afraid of them, but now they polished everything, and now they end up best friends forever. And that's the conclusion of the story. That's the end. No sequels, no nothing. Unless there is something else you want to explore with another character that's left inconclusive. But then you will need another cast of characters to interact with. Like what I said before about Puss in Boots. You see, now we're exploring a new world and a fresh set of ideas. And what Puss in Boots was talking about, the theme, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if I read that right, you know, this is reading comprehension, but viewing comprehension. Very similar. I think it was just mortality. But I don't know. It depends on what actually was the main thing. But I feel that these are the tools that I normally use to figure out a story. Based on your interest, how much you care to talk about something, it decides the length of the story. Then you choose a theme. Or well, you do both. You choose a theme, and then you figure out how long the story is. This is like step 1. Figure out the theme, figure out the length. Invent scenarios, make characters, write worlds, but then start to define them for real. If it's character driven, then make a bunch of diagrams about their interactivity and seek for ways to make beat-based stories. A beat happens, a beat happens, a beat happens, and then like a big conclusion. You know, the whole thing about this climax and then confusion. The world can be big, it can be full of life and lore and information, If it's not character driven, so you work on this. And also you can put a bunch of statistics, but it's mostly to give space for fans to build worlds out of your world. But it's not for you to do it because you're only focused on this part and not on the rest of the world. And you choose a genre based on how difficult it is to face the villains or the antagonistic forces of the story. The stakes. How scary is it to fight, or how dangerous it is to leave your comfort zone. If the character comes unscathed, no matter how much they take a beating, then it's funny, it's comedy. The more close up to the fight they are, and the more it is taken seriously, the more adventurous it is. The harder it is to fight the monster and the less resources you have to face the antagonist, the closer to horror it is, and cosmic horror. And that's pretty much how you choose a genre. It depends on that mood that you have within yourself. And I think that's it. Like, that's all I have on that. At least when it comes to writing stories. And of course, there's also the aspect of how do you give value to your story? Because every story must have a value to it. And that's why people are attracted to the story. You can have a theme, sure, but it might only be something you care about. And you gotta play the game. You gotta do both things. You gotta do something that's valuable to you, but also you gotta bring about value for the people consuming your product. Or consumers or something. You gotta balance it out. And this is one of the things that I feel I need to put a little bit more of effort on. Because in a way, this is pretty much a marketing ploy. I saw a video recently where a guy was trying to teach this to a person, and the person was saying, oh, I have a fixed price. If the person doesn't give me the $400 for my hair routine because I'm in a salon, then I won't be able to help them. But then the guy said, okay, listen, a better way, instead of saying no to lose a customer, you can say, how much would you pay? Like, where are you going? You're going to a wedding? How much would how much does it matter to you that your ex gets jealous? In a way. So now the person is thinking about value. Like, they're not thinking about money, they're thinking about, you know what, it's worth it. I'm gonna look so beautiful for my wedding. And it's a little bit manipulative in my opinion, but the idea is that you bring about value, and the person probably is interested more in buying or giving you a chance. And of course, I always say this, art is very powerful and it controls culture and society. You put a billboard on the street with specific colors and specific shapes to instill feelings of something. It could be hunger, it could be the desire to buy a new watch, or the desire to buy a new car, or just go to a motel. It's multiple emotions. We control culture, and it's very scary to misuse that power. So be very careful. Mute to bastard the one. Mute friend. Only act 1. Yeah, for only act 1. Every act should ideally have a change of heart for every character, or at least a difference in dynamic. The best stories usually follow yes but scenarios. Also, good evening, good evening, Inochi. Happy to see ya. How are you? Yeah, welcome in. Sorry I wasn't a fender bender there. It's just that I'm on the conclusion stage. I've already discussed a bunch of ideas, but now I'm thinking about more the value of art itself and how can you better position yourself in a way of headspace of what I say with my stories will affect people. And if we're in this example talking about loneliness, we might be talking about our personal experience that other people might not have gone through, but maybe an exclusive amount of people have. And I feel that's valuable. It's valuable to unveil your experience and be able to have that conversation, balanced one. Oh, look, I'm getting another call. Maybe it's for me to be taken. Hang on. Okay. So I guess I'm not going? She said everything is fine, thankfully. She's like, oh, I went to the hardware store, I got the little cork, and then I unplugged one of the tubes so the water didn't fill inside the house. And I'm like, okay. You know, better outside than inside, but okay, so you don't need me to help you clean the house. It's like, no, I already did that. It's like, okay, just tell me if you need me. But nah, I suppose yeah, you know. Let's see what you guys have been talking about. Sorry for that. Sorry for the late greeting. It's okay. Art really is in charge of everything. The artists alone have shifted tons of people to Blue Sky. It's already buried in the ground. We can't make it much worse, dude. I'm alright enough today. Woke up at 9-10 hours of sleep. Oh, that's great, you know. Welcome back, Waffles. How's everyone? Yeah, so I think everything's good. Everything's good. My aunt says that it's fine and she has people to help her. It says, yeah, we gotta check out because apparently there's like a plugged pipe at some point in some place, but I don't know. At least I told her, hey, I'm available even if it's nighttime. Just call us and I'll go there with my tools. But yeah, I guess it's fine. Anyway, I think we can finish off a few details here because I was talking more about the value, right? Finish showering. Welcome back, JJ. Then hello. So now one of the things that I wanted to talk about a while ago, and I want to make a short about this too, is that the way I measure value in art is with 3 key components. You have purpose, you have execution, and you have context. I present to you the 3 pillars of value. And I do mean any kind of value. I think the system works pretty well. However, I want to focus specifically on art because it's not super functional everywhere else, but I have seen it work in other things when I think about it. Because let's think about salespeople. When I was in college, there was a lot of talk about art theory and art value and what is art, what isn't art, what should be considered art in a museum, what, oh, but you don't get it, it's so abstract and it represents my love for family and whatever, and it's just like a white painting with nothing, maybe like a red dot. Like, this is the art piece. There's a canvas and then there's like a dot. Oh, that represents the loneliness of my life, and and then you have things like I don't know, you have Picasso here and whatever, and paintings from the Rococo era, and you know, like legitimate paintings that have meaning and value and beauty and stuff, and this still costs like 4 figures. And it's like, what are you talking about? How does this cost so much money? I mean, of course, a lot of people say that it's like this entire thing about money laundering. But in any case, because people fall for it, for what I call painter poets, you know what I call them? Why I call them painter poets? Because they are artists with their mouths. They need to explain the art piece in order for them to have value. If they were mute, it will not cost that much at all. Because they cannot defend the piece, and the piece cannot defend itself. It doesn't have enough value. I'm waiting for this to notice my good night note. Oh, you're going to sleep already? Okay, JJ, have a good night. Take care. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Go to eat, you silly baka.
Go. Go eat. Go eat. If you don't go eat, I'ma steal your ice cream. Yeah.
Take care. Look up. How up? Because I noticed this. I'm gonna go sleep. Good night. I wanted to tell you good evening. Good night. Yeah, I read that. Bed bugs? Yes. Wash your sheets regularly. I am not kidding. There are things in there. Oh! But yeah, good night, JJ. Rest well. But yeah, going back to this. Small you.
Smile me.
No, wait. Hello, and welcome to another episode of Yeah, good night, JJ. So back to this. I call people like this painter poets because they're not painters. They're poets. They entice you with their words to give value. It's the whole story of the emperor's clothing. Do y'all know about the story about the emperor's clothing? Because I'm willing to tell it if the majority don't know what that is. But yeah, I believe that if they don't talk, the piece itself cannot defend itself. And why? Because it doesn't have enough artistic value. How do I measure it? With these 3 pillars. I'm gonna go with them one by one. I need to actually go sleep. Yeah, then don't worry. Go ahead, go sleep. Yeah, go rest up. This is what I think are the 3 most important components. There could be more. I could be wrong or not give like enough of them. But this is kind of like the basics of what I think gives value to art pieces. Purpose, execution, context. This is how they work. Purpose is the why. Why does it exist? What's the necessity? What does it use to compel you emotionally? The reason it exists, the purpose, the necessity. Right? Or maybe the push, the inspiration, the homage. You know, the key component as to why does it exist, the justification of its existence. The mood. Execution is how you make it. It's how you build it. It's the materials. It's the technique. It's the medium. It's the machinery, the tools. It's the manpower. It's the time and place. It's the, the weather, the conditions, yeah, like I said, the materials, the quality. And when it comes to context, It's the when. And also a little bit of the why too. But not the why of the internal self, but the why of history. The why of back in the day, or the process, the obstacles. The chronology. The steps. The evolution. The people. The time itself. Not the time it took, but when it took place. How does any of this make sense? Have you ever heard of something you watch be built from a fairly early stage, crumble to nothing out of nowhere? I think I have. I don't have like exact details, but I have seen things like get built up and they look really interesting and then gone. Or maybe an entire society just vanished, like the Mayans. Like up to today we have no clue what happened to them. They were just there one day and then they left and we don't know what happened. That's it. That's it. It's over. You watch be built from fairly early stage, crumble to nothing. Yeah. It's never out of nowhere though. Yeah, exactly. It's never out of nowhere. And that's where context comes in. But again, I'm getting ahead of myself. A piece can be, let's say for example, a piece is can only have value in one thing, for example. At least they have some value, right? But although I think this is what the painter-poet model looks like. They have all the purpose, but they have no technical execution. And they have no historical backing. As if to say, oh, that it used to belong to Baby Ruth. You know, the really good baseball player. Or maybe, oh, it has an autograph from that one singer in the old era. So there's no context to it. It's just like a modern trash thing. And there's no execution. So it's just a little dot in a canvas. And then people start to wax philosophical about it and say all these things. Oh man, it's inspiring. It's fantastic. It's amazing. It represents this. Oh my god, it's so valuable to me and my family, or whatever. It's like, you know, that's a stretch. Don't do that. It needs to at least be valuable in two aspects. It cannot be valuable in one, or at least more than two. There are sometimes underlying things that were never investigated, apparently. I've been focused big time on execution part, and that's the hardest. It is, but sometimes museums ask you for a justification, and if you don't have it, then you better have a very good execution, and it better have an interesting history, like, you know, your process on how you made it. And this is when you get videos on how it was made. Oh, the view into the artist's studio and in their process. And how they manage all of the things. So let's say you don't have execution, then you better have a really good context. And by execution, I also mean like quality. Let's say something was built very well or very badly, it doesn't matter, but it has survived the test of time. Let's say it's like a magazine from the early 30s or early 20s, and it's like in mint condition. Then yeah, it has execution. But let's say it's not mint condition, but it's one of those lost relics. I think this is the realm of ruins, and like things you find in ancient Egypt and stuff. Like, oh, the execution is terrible because it's got a lot of wear and tear, or maybe it's just a spoon. Like, you know, it's not impressive by any means. We have spoons, but it's historically meaningful. And the reason it was made, maybe it was for a ritual, maybe it was for this or something. And maybe when you discover all that stuff, there is value, there's context, and there's purpose, but it has a place in a specific type of museum. It's not like, oh, it's an art piece. No, it's a relic. You know? So I can excuse that. Let's say there's no purpose. There are art pieces that have no meaning to them, and they're just really pretty because the artist thought it would be pretty. That's still very valuable if you have an extremely good execution and a very fascinating process. Because to only have execution, like, man, you better be a good artist. Like, you came out of nowhere and you just created something. This is why AI sucks. This is why no one likes AI. We are enamored with the story behind the artist and their life story. This includes also, let me just write here. Oh, let me set up the pen pressure again. It got messed up. Pen pressure. Come on, hurry up. The creator. Context equals the creator as well. Their life story. Their life. Their story. Let's see. Purpose comes easy to me, so it was one and done. Yeah, purpose can come easy, and purpose is not really that necessary. But sometimes they do ask you for like hey, why did you make this? And sometimes it gets more power for the reason you made it, for the mission. Oh, that's another good word for it, the mission. Because when you have a mission, then you have like a situation where you're like, no, I have to make this. The world needs it. Necessity, a push, a necessity. People need to see this. I need to help people with this. You know, that's another reason for purpose. When you put purpose in an art piece, then it gives a strength, a little oomph of I gotta get it out of there. But it doesn't always need to have it. But again, this model only requires 2 or more. And if you have all 3 pillars, purpose, execution, and context, then your art will be incredibly valuable. Also, hello, 𝐒𝐫𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐧𝐠, welcome in. Sorry, my keyboard is glitchy. It's fine. My keyboard is very glitchy too, which is why I don't think I'll be able to play games that require me to move to the left, because my left key and my up key just don't work. I don't know why. They just don't work. I mean, they work, but then they just stop. And it's really frustrating. I have to manually go back on chats and writing, and it's a mess. But anyways, yes, welcome in, 𝐒𝐫𝐢𝐭𝐢𝐧𝐠. How are you? We're just at first we were talking about story ideas. We did a really big rundown of a bunch of methods that I think are useful for everybody. And in the description of this video right now, I made a list on Reddit a long time ago of a bunch of videos that are tutorials on how to do art. And there's a section, if you see the index, that is for writing and script writing. If you want to write a story, if you want to do anything, then I recommend those videos. They're really good. Or, you know, this VOD. Yeah, I'm good. Yeah, I'm great. Today I thought to change things a little bit because my aunt probably might have needed help, and I wanted to be set and ready in case they ask me like, hey, we gotta go, I need your help. And then I can just exit the house and shut down the stream immediately. It's like, oh, this is low, you know, this is low commitment. I'm just writing stuff on the screen and you guys can just watch it, you can comment, you can talk about it. This is a satsudan between you and I about what makes a good story and maybe some inspiration and ideas. And I think I'm almost done, because the last thing that I wanted to talk about was value in art itself. Because when you create a story, you gotta make it relatable to people. You gotta bring in something that everybody can understand. but also the value that you feel, because your experience and your emotions are valid. But at the same time, the people need to be attracted to what you're trying to say, or at least explain it in a way that they understand. So in order to give as much value as possible, I've made this model where instead of becoming a painter poet, which is an art piece that has very poor execution to none and a very low to no context value. It's like, what is this? You only have a bunch of promises without execution and without historical context about your life or anything that's valuable. That's the kind of artist that I call a painter poet. You talk a lot, but if you shut up, the painting or the piece itself cannot defend itself on why it should exist, because there's no execution and there is nothing interesting to talk about it. There's no context. There's only you talking about it, and that's just not right. Not having any purpose and only having execution can work, but this is impossible as well. It's impossible to have something be created without someone that made it and thought about something about it first, even if they don't have a real purpose, because there are artists that refuse utterly to have meaning in their paintings. But at least you have the life story of the creator. You have their resume, and it's always interesting to check out the context of an artist. So it's impossible to have a contextless execution unless you have like a mysterious artist, which is already, it's still context. Even if there is no artist to take context from, it's mysterious enough that it counts as a part of context. And the year it was made, the period, time it was made, and all that, the context when it was made. It's great. The history. It's fun. Finally, the game I've been waiting on finally out for Halloween, and the creator said it was sometime in October coming out. October coming out, not... Oh, okay. Wait, hang on. The creator said it was coming sometime in October coming out, not... Oh, so but it's still finally out, at least. Oh, goodness gracious. But yeah, I thought about this model because I was really angry at this. Very pricey pieces for a dot on canvas, and not the more complex, beautiful pieces that require thought and it can justify its existence because it's just beautiful. They're not in museums anymore. All I see is a bunch of art blanc, and they start saying like, oh my god, oh, the piece symbolizes so much. And it's like, yeah, but you gotta show it, otherwise just go write fan fiction. Actually, hang on, I'm curious. Okay, there it is. Because I'm kind of curious. How many of you have heard about the story of the Emperor's clothing? 50-50? No? Yes. Oh, interesting. Well, in the meantime, well, I have that running in the background. Oops, sorry about that. Where is Niet? I do not know, I don't speak German. Wait, is it German or is it Russian? I forgot what Niet was. I know it's no, but I forgot exactly what it was from. What language was it exactly? And when people start to talk a lot about what actually is art, because people start saying like, oh, then what actually is art? Oh. Well, the way I see it, there's a Russian. There we go. But yeah, the way I see it, art is a suggestive, sensory language. And fluency is the measure of an artist. German is 9. Ah, true. You're right. 9 and not yet. Makes sense. This is my definition of art. I always say this because I feel it's sound. Why do I mean by suggestive? Suggestive means suggestion, duh. Without words. Does that mean that all art should be wordless? No, because books exist. It depends on the senses that we're talking about. Any question like that I ignore because they acting like they're Pontius Pilate. Yeah, a lot of people just jump around on their own definition and nobody reaches a consensus. But I think this one works out because it opens up to literally anything. Because a lot of people say that everything is art, but I don't think that all art should cost billions of dollars. You know what I mean? Like, there has to be a limit. Abstract art is nice sometimes. Like, if you have a nice abstract piece, like, sure, it's cute, but I don't think that it's on the same level as like a Picasso drawing, or like well, Picasso is very abstract, but it's not like, you know, Da Vinci levels of oh my god, it's fantastic, this is what the art house means, oh geez, and then you have like a character and like still life and it really looks amazing. You know, like, they're not, to me, they're not the same. They shouldn't be priced the same. Abstract is really good for decoration. For, you know, for clutter. But this is really good in a, and also good for minimalism too, but a really cluttered minimalism. It's just that I've seen museums where they do this. And that's it. It's the same schlock. Oh no, worse. Hang on. Let me just do that. No, you know what? There we go. This is what they do. They put a nothing piece, very huge space, and then a nothing piece, and then another space. This I don't think works. If the piece is minimalist, you can make them closer together, or maybe be creative, you know, the thing that artists should be, and just jumble them up together. In the absence, bring substance. It's the contrast. And maybe you can put like the tickets here so that people know what the piece is, but you can at least make it a little bit more interesting to look at. But again, that's my opinion. That's not necessarily correct at all. I just feel that pieces that are minimalist can be together a little bit more instead of these extreme wide spaces that just make it boring. And it's like, why am I staring at a blue painting? It's just blue. There's nothing. It's just blue. So I feel that it's better to bring them all together as decoration, to put a room together, all the other colors. Like, it's an ingredient. The more vague it is, the closer it is to an ingredient. Like, I'll validate it. I'll validate that abstract is art. People will hate me, but I don't care. I think that it is. But I feel that a fully complex design piece, it's a full course meal. It's cooked. You know, it's got all the ingredients together, all the meaning, all the clutter, all the details. And with it, you have art that makes you think, art that has like some level of significance, some level of detail that says something and that drives your direction somewhere. And thanks to that, you can at least stare at it and think about life. You can do that with abstract too, but it's closer to an ingredient than it is cooked. And I feel that people get lost in the sauce on that. And so, the less suggestion it has, the more open to interpretation it is. And if it's open to interpretation, then, and it's non-specific, it's closer to an ingredient that you can put together as a single painting next to like a sofa, next to another painting, next to the window, in your room, next to a lamp with a specific really nice design and color. You know, interior design type deal. It's fine. Like, you have real nice meaningless squiggles and tie up a room together. It will look real good. Like, a lot of clutter too. Like, oh yeah, let's put in a rug, let's put in another painting, or maybe let's put like another detail, more, maybe not a painting but family photos. But when it comes to paintings like these, you can have like the big painting and then everything else just minimalist. The sofa, like, this is interior design stuff. And I feel that the museums have neglected the art of interior design. Maybe a window. Pretty much almost the same room, but you have like the, you know, the highly detailed, like, all the eyes go to where this is. And pretty much can't ignore everything else. You know, you need a hierarchy for these kinds of things. The difference between simple and very complex. Anywho. So this is why I feel that suggestion is important. In the sense of, it gives attention to something. In the world of visual art, you need to do it without a single word. You need to be able to communicate with very few or no words at all. So, it all hinges on the execution of visual stimulus. And you need to be able to conjure up illusions. An artist should be a magical illusionist. And the more creative ways you make the illusion and the better illusions you make, the better you are off. Let's say that you want to talk about, like, I don't know, you want to talk about, what would be the word? Because you know how there are some cartoon shows that have characters of different colors, and I don't mean like us, you know, browns and shades of brown. They have like reds, blues, greens, yellows, oranges, because the race doesn't matter. That's the whole point of the kids shows. So they make characters that look very alien, but they learn lessons together, because the differences between us when it comes to color or shape or ideas, then it doesn't matter. And that's a suggestion to children, so they understand, oh, there are different creatures, there are different types of people out there, that they look weird or different, but they are still people. They have ideas, they are friends, they're good. And that's already a suggestion without a single word. It's purely visual. And of course audible, because sometimes they sing together, you know, and they have different talents. So sensory has a lot to do with the senses, and this can include the culinary arts. And the textile industry, you know, like clothes and stuff. That's a work of art. The way clothes feels and the way that it matches stuff. I don't care, but Clay World came to mind for me, lol. I don't know the name, I mean. But yeah, it's actually similar, yeah. When the characters have different shapes, and not necessarily like anything based on realism, but they learn real life lessons. So it is suggestive. It has ideas that it points to, only using the senses. I heard someone say that if a movie is not visually interesting, then you might as well call it radio. And it's true. If you're not going to do anything interesting or exploit the visual medium, why are you even doing it? What are you talking about? It's visual. And if it's a book, then you better be a good poet, because that way you can write, you know, lyricism. You can play with your words. You're a good playwright. And you better be just good on how dialogue works out. And that way you can make good radio. If you're, well, that's the thing. If you're not going to do anything interesting with sound design, then you just might as well just write a book and be a good poet, good lyricist. Maybe you won't be able to read it right, because maybe you don't have like the voice of beauty. And there you go. That's what I say about games. Exactly. Video games pretty much use all of these except for taste. Because the way games function, it's how it touches. Basically how it controls. It's a way of touch. Also like the vibration of the controller. Lol. The way sound design works, it has to be functional, and the way the UI is designed, the way the characters move, and how information suggests certain styles of information to the player without saying like, press B to jump. You know what I mean? So you gotta be clever. You gotta be a great communicator in the visual medium to be able to say things without words. Only controversial topics here with Doozy. Yeah, I get a little bit angry with the $1 billion dot in the canvas. Like I hate. Oh, the other thing that I hate is this. The so-called art blanc. Oh wow, look how majestic that sounds. Art blanc. Look how pretty it looks. Look how majestic it is. It's white art. It's blank. It's done. There's nothing in it. That's the point. And for the 33% of people that said, no, I don't know what the Emperor's clothing is, let me tell you a story. There was once a king. and this dude was about to have one big feast with his kingdom people, and it was going to be great and majestic. And he said, I can only have the best robes. I demand the one best clothesmith, or whatever they're called. Can you tell that I know nothing about clothing? The one person that sews, seamstress, whatever, that makes me the best cloak and the best robes fit for a king. And then they said this one claims that they are a good seamstress, that they can make the best robes. And this guy was like this beautiful bard with they say, king, I can take this thread and do you a nice clothes. However, I have a better tool that I can use. It's this invisible thread. Yes, it is invisible, and I can make to you an invisible clothes. And the king was like, oh, but why do I need invisible thread and an invisible cloak? That makes no sense. And he said, but you see, sir, raising his eyebrows like real high, like up to here, and with a smile. Wait, hang on, let me just... but you see, the thing is that this is not just any ordinary magical invisible clothing. It's a invisible thread that is only invisible to stupid people. Said the king. What do you mean? Only visible to smart people. Yes, it's invisible to stupid people. And you will know who in your kingdom is silly or not. And then the king was like, and they looked, and they looked at where the guy was pointing. See, it's right here. And then the king was like, oh well, gee, I don't want people to think I'm stupid. Then go forth and make me this great robe that so that I may display it into my kingdom. This is a wonderful quality silk thread. I see the colors are inexplicable. And it's like, yeah, good choice. And so he goes on and works for day and night. Hang on, let me just put this here. He goes to work on it all day and night and whatever, and the day comes for the feast of the king. And so the king is like, how do I look? And everybody was like, they didn't want to be like, oh man, I don't want to look stupid in front of the king. It's cool beans, dude. Yeah, it looks great. It looks fantastic, oh king. And the seamstress guy was like, yes, isn't it magnificent? All the colors, all the details. Well, yes, I see it in the mirror. I am amazing. I look fantastic. Oh yeah. I'm gonna get canceled for showing this, aren't I? Yes, like you said. Yes, look at that. Yeah. And then eventually the day came for the party. There's like a theater, and everybody is ready with food and drinks and all merriness, and they're like, oh, the king shall come and present himself with his new robe. Da, 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 da. Oh, hail the king. Oh wow. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Oh wow. And and so everyone was like, because they knew the rules too. It is said that these magical robes can only be seen by the smartest in the land. For everybody else, they are invisible. And everybody else, all the adults were like, man, I don't want to look stupid in front of the king and to be exiled or something. And everybody was like, yay, the king, he looks magnificent, he looks splendid and whatever. And the king is like a little nervous walking around. And he's like, oh geez, oh my, you know, censor bar here. And then the only thing that happened next was that a child was in the audience and said, yo mama, look, that guy's naked. And then everybody kind of like got out of the spell by social norms. It's like, yeah, you see it too, right? Oh my god, you see it too? You see it too? I'm not crazy, right? Oh my god, so I'm not crazy. Oh geez, oh my, so he is naked. Oh. And everybody just starts laughing at him, and well, I mean, yeah, obviously the guy's not happy. And it's like, well, where is the guy? Where's the seamstress dude? And bro, he got paid and left. By the time that the king you know, shamed himself, the dude was gone with the money and all the gold in the land. So now the king was literally naked and afraid in front of everybody. And there is the emperor's clothing, my friends. This is what I feel when I see a canvas with a red dot on it and people going, wow, it's so valuable. Oh geez, oh my. It's just like, guy, that's abstract at best, which belongs in a cluttered room for decoration, and definitely not something that belongs in a minimalist room, because presentation matters too. Presentation is a form of art in and of itself, and people are putting minimalist paintings on a minimalist space. You know what that means? I sure like going to the museum to see nothing. Jeez. Anyway, rant over. The idea is art is a suggestion that's done through the senses to narrate something. Not necessarily a story. It can be a story. It can be information. Or it can just be for fun. It doesn't really need to have a meaning behind it. Not all art needs meaning, but it does need substance, albeit story, information, or fun. And it must be told as simple as possible for us to understand, or feel, or sense, or experience, through suggestion, sleight of hand, and the fluency to use this skill to say a lot of things with less, or to be efficient with your symbols, is what makes an artist. The more that happens, the more that works. At least that's the model that I have for myself. Art convention, more like art suggestion. Chuckles would have loved that one. Oh man. Wow, it's 4:45. That would actually make time, because I started like only like after 10 minutes or 15 minutes. How long do you normally stream for? I normally stream for like 4 hours or 3, and it's about that time because I'm done. I already said everything that I was gonna. I was legitimately now going to finish up. I said everything I needed to say, including how to write stories, all my ideas, more or less in a resumed way, but of course for 4 freaking hours. And then the value, and then the value of art itself. Until 5 deuces time usually. Yeah, but since I started very early, I think I'm gonna call it here. We've been, you know, yapping for a while. I've been yapping for a while. Let me see if there's anybody I can send you guys off to a raid. Last time I forgot to send you guys on a raid. I'm so sorry. Let's see, there's Takanashi Kiara. No. No, there's nobody online. There's nobody streaming. Yo, Lazy, anyone streaming over there? Anyone you know? You missed a story I said related to what you yapped about. No, I think I... Oh, no, I didn't read this part. That's what I said about gains is the last thing I read. I remember hearing about an artist who published 2 blank canvases and the names were Take the Money and Run. Easiest $25,000. You know what? At least I respect it. It's kind of like if a burglar knew what he was doing and he did it well, I'd be like, you know what? I don't appreciate what you do, but I respect the hustle. You did a good job. You know what I mean? Because some people throw the brick and try to rob a person and then they just get caught immediately because they're you know, it's like, dude, that's not how you... Look, this is how you rob a person. You grab the gun, you point it at, and then I make him point at me. You point at the person like I'm doing, and then you say, give me your money. Come on, say it. Say it. Oh, give me your money. Okay, good. And then I take my wallet and give you the... See how that works? See how easy it is? So the same thing goes for these people. At least this guy was honest, and it's kind of like, what is his name? The guy that makes a bunch of explosions. Transformers movie. Michael Bay. It's kind of like Michael Bay. He says, hey, you'll still go watch the movie. Like, who cares? And I'm like, you know what? I don't like what you're doing, but I can respect that at least you're honest with it and not trying to confuse me or gaslight me. I think that's the word. Painter poets. Okay, here we go. Are gaslighters. There. But at least Michael Bay is honest. Michael Bay says, hey, I don't care. Explosions are good. Women are hot. That's all we need, right? And at least, you know, you'll go see the movie. And it's like, you know what? That's sinister. But at least you're honest. Why don't you want to raid the chicken lady? Oh, the chicken lady. Wait, is Nick's on? Let me see. I did find someone, but I don't think so. I don't think it's a good idea. Well, in that case, then no raid today. Big boom, make big happy. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of... like, I don't know. Seriously. Like the wrecking balls on that one transformer. There's funny and then there's just toilet humor. You know, like, come on. But yeah, I'm gonna be finishing today, and I think it's a members only stream. Yeah, no, then it's impossible. I have a random novelin, if that works. Send me... Well, send the link. Oh, actually, no, hang on. Yo, I meant Kiara by Chicken Lady. Oh, no. You want me to raid into HoloLive? Are you insane? Me, a normal PNG tuber. This little guy over here raiding into the Takanashi Kiara of HoloLive. Not our Chicken Lady. Oh, man. You want to cheat like that? You want me to raid into a different Chicken Lady? Are you insane? Nah. But I guess no raid today. I'll send in the DC. No, it's fine. Send me the name. If it's Noblin. It's just that I don't like to send people at random to random places because I don't know the person. I don't know a Noblin. Like, if you have a username, you can just send me the username and I'll find them. There are a VTuber I found, but I'm the only one that feels awkward to raid someone bigger when you can't even raid properly yet. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Yeah, I guess there will be no raid today, but that's fine. It's up there. Sorry, they are random. No, it's fine. Yeah, I rather random. I rather like raid to someone that I get to know a little bit. But if you have suggestions, you can leave a name, and I can check them out, and maybe later we can raid. In any case, thank you so much for hearing me yap and yap and yap and yap and never shut up. Emma won an Emmy. Let's win an Emmy and then we can crash their party. Yo, that sounds like a good idea. When you can't even rate properly yet. Yeah, I mean, technically he's right. I'm manually rating people. Technically, I should be able to automatically pass you by to the next person. But yeah, I guess that's it. Oh, I get a notification, but okay, it's just a DM. It's not a... Oh, this one. Okay, let's see. Oh, they're playing Alien Isolation.
And simply brilliant. That is assuming you're on. It's hard.
Okay, let me
yeah.
see. Let me see their channel. This is pretty cool. Let me see. Oh, they play a lot of Oblivion. I mean, yeah, I guess we can write into... Let me see the lives. Oh, because that was... Okay, I'm so dumb. I was checking videos, not lives. Not live streams. Oh, gosh. Oh, they seem pretty neat. Playing a bunch of games. Variety streamers. By the way, don't forget about the idea jar since... Don't worry, when I'm finished here, I'll check it out and I'll do the thing. You know that I always end up doing it at the end of the day. Pep duties, yes. And then he's the one that just yells at us. Like, hey, Pep, do the thing! It's right there! Are you crazy? Do the thing! Come on, man! Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess I can send you off to this person. Okay, in that case, let me send a link. I'll send the link, and I'll also send the hellos. Oops, wrong button. I don't want to clip it. I don't want to clip this. I want to share the link. There you go. There's the link and the goodbyes on my notes. The note app. I have the goodbye right here. I just hit copy. Here's the link and paste. Okay, now for real. There's supposed to be something from Nick's today. I'm not seeing anything, assuming it's members only. Yeah, perhaps. In any case, anyways, thank you so much for watching, guys, and have a good one. I'm very happy to see you, and sorry for this being a very crazy yap stream. Maybe next time we'll finish off the things we want to do. But next Monday, if everything goes well, we're gonna test some music in '2 and you know, see if I don't choke because I'm not musically inclined. But in any case, have a good one. Take care and goodbye. Bye.
You had to start shooting people without shaking.